Gunneroy? How'd you get the... Ah, there you go. All right, Scott. Can someone tell me if I'm the right way round? Because if I am, it's gone all right for the first time. So, yeah, can you just let me know in a message if it's... I'm not on my head or something. Vern, you're making a distillery there on that picture. A distillery? Am I? Justin Page, you alright, mate? Good evening, everyone. Looking forward to tonight's antics. Danny, you alright, Danny? Thank you for joining. Spot on, Vern. Picture great. Brilliant. Well, there you go. I can't believe it. It's gone right for the first time. We're having a bit of problem with the laptop at the minute, but we're going to get going. But I forgot my paper. What I'm going to do is I'm taking these eyes off. Can you see them eyes? Hi, Vern. Looking forward to tonight. I hope so, mate. I hope you enjoy it. I mean, I can only do what I can do. The wife. Hi, everyone. Oh, the wife's watching, is she? Right, I can't do nothing about this light. Well, I could have done if I'd known. But, no. Ooh, what have I done then? Right. Brian J, Kev Spencer. You right, Kev?
Hardcore.
Evening, Vern, Karen, and all the crew. Gunneroy, Lisa. You right, Lisa? Malcolm Jefferson. Evening, Vern. Don't worry about the light. Looks good to me. Oh, good. I'm pleased.
One lock.
All right, Rob. Thank you for joining. Right. We're in Mum's shed tonight.
Skippy Kung Fu, Daniel Jones and Fish on all say hi.
All right, Skippy. Daniel Jones, you right, mate? Fish on. Evening. Is it all right in Galston? Is it a bit windy tonight?
John Taylor.
You all right, John? What's John said?
Evening, guys. Sam Harris.
What on earth's happened to that? Not as good as a dolphin knife, is it?
Sam Harris says hi.
All right, Simon. These lives are such a bloody rush, you know, when you're, you think you got plenty of time and then all of a sudden time just disappears. So this is my leader rod, and I've got to take these eyes off because people said that they wanted to see some rod stuff.
Neil Blackford.
You all right, Neil? Thank you for joining. Oi, oi, the wife.
Les Edwards.
All right, lads. Thanks for joining in. And David. David. Pepperby. Thank you for tuning in. Stephen Silwood. I've got my wrong glasses on. No, have I got... No, I ain't. No.
Looking forward to the show. Hope
Can you fix my rod, Vern? It was blown over last night and the bottom of mine needs replacing. Well, I tell you what. I've done my video on the eye replacement now. Now, I'm not too happy with the video that I've just... that I did last year on my Shakespeare rod. Because I made the mistake of when I took the eye off and removed... Well, I took the eye off, which means you remove all the thread and cotton and stuff and all that rubbish. I didn't want to touch the rod with any sandpaper. You're right, Kevin. Thanks for joining in, Kevin Walden. And I was a bit of a scaredy cat. So what I did was I didn't rub any of the high build up, because the high build goes over the top of the cotton, as you know, and it gives it a nice glossy finish. You might be able to see it on there. And what it also does is it soaks through the cotton and goes on to the actual rod blank. And when you remove the cotton, it leaves like a furrow, like on a field, and obviously going around the rod. So when I whipped my eye on, it kept going in those furrows, but I kept doing it because as you know, my rod broke, my Shakespeare rod, and I left it to the last minute because I dropped it when I got that static shock through my rod. And then I started using this rod, this old leader fixed build rod, and then the tip eye broke on that and cracked. So I was then down to one Shakespeare rod. So I was going fishing the next day or within 2 days, and I just had to get it done. And I made the mistake of not rubbing the blank down where the cotton was, so it weren't very neat and tidy. So I've done a video on it. I know what my mistake was on it. I know what not to do now, because the more you do, I guess the more you learn. I've removed eyes from this blank. This is just a fiberglass rod, yeah. It's an old rod. It's a German rod. I don't know that most of it's rubbed off, but I varnished this, and it's still a little bit rough up there. Some bits got on it, so I need to do that again. I aren't here tonight to whip on eyes, but I've got a video coming out, like I say, that's doing it now. It ain't brilliant. I made a mistake in it, but I just had to get the rod fixed. All right, Jimmy, thanks for tuning in. Carl Smith. And yeah, so that video will be coming out hopefully when Tom gets it. He'll love editing that. He don't like editing them. And I just had to get it done. I just had to get it done so I could go out fishing, that was all.
Ian Garner says hi.
You all right, Ian?
Gareth Clements says hi.
Now you're going to hear this. George Ray, are you all right, mate? And Tom, I hope you're all right. Bethany, wife, would you like Yorkie recipe? Yeah, she could do with a Yorkshire pudding recipe, but you know, there's so many other things I could talk about, but we'll just stick with the Yorkshire pudding. Matthew Skeet, are you right, mate? Thanks for tuning in. Shane, I can never. I need to get my eyes tested again. Shane Burby. Begbie. Am I saying that right, Shane? I'm just going to say Shane. When I say Shane, you know it's you. Evening, Vernon family. Hope you are all well. Shane and Joe. Thank you for tuning in, mate. Mark Wotton. Good evening, fella. Are you all right, mate? Well, this is going to make a little bit of noise now.
Alan Brown.
If I turn it on at the wall.
Yeah, you're saying his name right.
Am I? Brilliant. Is that too loud? I'll put it outside. Anyone saying anything?
Daniel Jones wants to know if the trap's got bacon.
No bacon tonight. Well, never say never, but I don't think we've got any bacon.
Stephen said he thought it was a bottle of champagne with a hole in.
What, this?
Yeah. And Mark Woodman says that's a new hairdryer.
It's a welder. It's for welding vinyl flooring.
Ian Oliver wants to know if you're on the beer tonight.
I've got a lager going, yeah. Who wanted to know?
Ian Oliver.
Ian Oliver. I'll just heat this up and then I'll put it outside. In matter of fact,
Master Fisherman says good evening.
you right, Master Fisherman?
Malcolm Jefferson says it's sad to hear there's no cook-up tonight.
I know. What do you do? But have you seen the size of my stomach? I mean, you've got to draw a line somewhere, ain't you? Right, now then, I was then going to take that eye off and I ain't measured the bloody thing yet. I haven't measured it yet. So, I need to measure where the eyes are because I want to get them spot on. So it's 17-inch leader. First, second, third.
That ain't gonna get set on fire out there, is it?
No, it ain't gonna get set on fire out there, Don. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 eyes, is that all?
Ant's Welsh Coast Angling says evening.
Thank you for joining, Ant. Cheers.
Stephen Foster says evening. Good to see you again.
You alright, Stephen? What's it like up in the lakes? What we up to this evening, then, Vern? Masterfish. Well, I'm taking these eyes off this rod. I've got to do it. I've got to do something while I'm talking to you. You've got to see me doing something. Because I don't just want to sit in front of the camera and chat. But, I mean, there might come a point when I do sit in front of the camera and chat.
John and Tina say hello.
Who?
John and Tina.
You alright, John and Tina? Thank you for joining. And what's going on?
Daniel Jones wants to know where the beer is.
21. No, hang on. That is 535. Gone from inches to metric now. 535 mil. We've got the bear. Is everybody looking forward to going fishing? Or are you already fishing? I don't know.
Stephen Foster says windy and heavy rain, mate. Did you ask him how the weather was?
Yeah, 37 and an eighth. 37 and an eighth. We're doing this in Imperial. 37 and an eighth.
Hardcore says looking bad weather coming up, that it might blow over. Master Fisherman says not one now, Vern. 29th here we come.
1 metre 30 mil. 1 metre and 30 mil.
Mark Wootton says he's already fishing when I have free time.
This here is 52 and 3 daughters.
Stephen Silwood says won't be fishing until I can fly again. I'm in Sweden.
Who is in Sweden?
Stephen Silwood.
Bloody hell. Do you live in Sweden, Stephen? Or are you working?
Kevin Walden says he can't wait. Lisa H says John's been, but it's too cold for her. Shane says, yeah, fishing over this side of the River Vern. Still on a roll with the blanks. Malcolm Jefferson says he was out fishing last night. Blown home at 4 a.m.
I'm just measuring this and then I'll...
Ants Welsh says hopefully this Friday we'd be allowed to travel.
$64 and 3/8.
Sue Bates says, hi Vern, 2 right, we're ready to go. Haven't been since before Christmas, can't wait.
It's not eating away at me to go fishing yet because I've been busy. But my jobs are now finished now because I've got another job I've got to do which isn't pressing, but it's got to be done. So it's now going to start eating away at me to go fishing. 66.
Hardcore wants to know if you're still going fishing in the hole with him.
66 and 7/8. Yeah, I am hardcore.
Stephen Foster says never watched Rob building before, looking good.
Well, this is the start of it. I ain't going to get locked done because it's the wrong weather. I've got a heater on in there. But if I'm on there for quite a while and then I varnish a rod, I'm going to be up until the early hours of the morning because obviously I don't want to leave the heater on. And if I turn the heater off, it's going to bloom and I ain't going to have any, it's just going to go matte. The varnish will just go matte in colour.
Stephen Stillwood says live in Sweden, all family in UK, stuck here and can't get back.
All right. 66 and 7/8.
Michael Simpson says evening.
Morning, afternoon, evening, Michael. Got there in the end, didn't we?
Ants Welsh Coast Angling says think they only go into Little 5 miles travel.
So, Ant, are you? Did you say it's this Friday where your Welsh gaffer then decides what's happening with fishing? Is it this Friday or next Friday? This Friday. Can you still hear me? I'll tell you what I need to do. Where's my phone down? Hang on. Let's take a picture of that.
Landlocked says, have you heard that fishing for tuna in the UK will be allowed at catch and release only?
They're doing that when?
Have you heard that fishing
No, I haven't.
tuna in the UK will be allowed to be
Alright, who says that?
landlocked?
Landlocked. Will you be fishing for any tuna, Rob?
Michael Simpson says, I'm out on Monday trout fishing is better than ice fishing.
So we heat that up, run a sharp knife along.
Stephen Foster wants to know if you're taking the eyes off or putting them on.
I'm taking them off and then I'm going to prep the rod to look at that, it's unbelievable, right?
And Welsh Coast says he hasn't fished properly since last August.
That's a long while to go. Is that down to Drayford and his rules and regulations? I mean, there are people going fishing in Wales, isn't there?
Landlocked says, won't you fishing for tuna? I'm not strong enough, my back wouldn't hold out. Tuna can be over 800 pounds.
Yeah, is that Rob?
Landlocked.
Landlocked, yeah, it's Rob. So, on air, I've just took this I've just took these wraps off. It's a red metallic thread in there, and it was black on top. So it's like, I can't hold it because the shed isn't wide enough. But it's got red under wrappings, and then it was black wrapped on top. But it isn't. It's a vinyl. Look. Look at that. It's just a bit of shrink tube. So they've wrapped the rod here.
Andrew Jones says we should be in tier 1, not tier 4 here in Wales.
I think the R rates come down everywhere now, hasn't it? It's
Andrew Chapman says, how do you both just switch on what have I missed? You put that straight word.
what, a switch.
How do you both just switch on what have I missed?
You haven't missed nothing. I'm just in the shed taking these eyes off this rod, getting it ready.
Stephen Foster wants to know what colour is the new ripping.
I'm doing it exactly the same because the bottom of the rod is perfectly alright. It's got a couple of marks on it, so I'll give it a rub down and varnish it. And I'm just going to, because I like it red and black, and I'll just whip it the same.
Wilma Roy said shrink wrap.
You should, for your reference, you're welcome. Don't know what that was. Come up with your name on there, Don.
I haven't got anything in it.
So you just heat it up, and then you just lose where you cut it. So I can set this welder to any temperature really. I can have it red hot or just lukewarm.
Matthew Skeet says that his wife has just booked some of his clothes vaccines.
Alright.
Sandbox says how many files do you need there?
Well, I've got all them rasps. They're all rasps. Let me just get this up, I've just heated it up.
Bob says, has it been whipped over the tape?
Quite weird really. It's like it's got a plastic wrap over the top of it.
Well, says, yeah, my favourite part is 20 miles away. Can't really fit over to S3 because diesel still last year all went straight into S3.
No, that's not good, is it?
David and Lisa F says hi.
Who says?
David and Lisa F.
Alright, David and Lisa.
Gary Maloney says hi.
Alright Gary, thanks for coming in. Thanks for everybody that's joined us. I don't know what the likes are on, I never check or anything, but if you're here and you don't like it, still hit the like, wouldn't you? That's the first eye off.
Colin Coop says hi.
Alright, Colin, thanks for joining in. This isn't too loud, is it? Because I'm a bit conscious that it's too loud. Andrew Jones, that was in 97 watching 39. Well, that's not bad, is it? 97? What, some idiot in a shed? That's not bad, is it?
Peter Thompson says hi.
Thanks for joining, Peter.
Lisa and David want to know if you're putting rings on. New rings on.
I will be. I've got the rings.
Evening everyone, been here all the time, just trying to do 45 things at once.
Yeah.
Sounds like I'm at the dentist.
Is it that bad?
Yeah, it does come out like the dentist.
Does it?
Stephen Silwood says, I've only put the odd eye on a rod, throw in the cotton and nail varnish. I will be back in the UK soon as I can without it costing a bit of all the tests I will need to come back right now.
Well, I used to stick eyes on rods when I was younger. I never used any tape to hold the eye in place. I just put it on, held it with one hand and started wrapping the stitch of cotton out of the sewing box around it. And by the time I finished, the eye was pointing in totally the wrong direction. And on my old rods, it's some of them eyes that I've got to redo. And this is coming off all right now, isn't it? Look.
Norman Watt says hi. Looks a bit smoky in the shed for me.
Is it? Does it look smoky? I think it's this light here shining. I normally see if I go down here, I'm all right.
Weather wants to know there's the sausage and bacon.
Is there any sausage and bacon tonight?
You just put there's the sausage and bacon.
So that's all the that's off one eye.
Ian Elliott says Tyburn got a freezer full of bacon, so it was 8 miles from the nearest station. Class is 50 at Reading.
I can't hear anything with this. Let me just... I think I'm doing the wrong thing really, aren't I? Can you see that? Here, let me just stick that down there. Yeah, can you see that? Yeah. Thank you, Colin. What did that... Who was it? Just said that? Ian Elliott, what did he say?
Hi, Vern.
Speak louder.
Hi, Vern. Got a freezer full of bake that was 80 miles from my nearest boat. I can't fish yet. Where do you get the Cheddar Beach bucket from?
The Cheddar Beach bucket? It's just a flooring bucket that I had. And I just wrote Cheddar on it, that's all. It was only for the videos, so that I did some short videos, because I think I had 6 or 7 fishing videos to upload, and I didn't know how long lockdown was, so I was sticking a video out on Wednesday, as usual. And Tom used to stick up one of the short videos where I was just laughing about really. On a Friday, just to give some people something else to watch really. Wanting to just keep the channel going, because I think in the first lockdown I went to 1,000 subscribers within that lockdown, from what I can remember. Yeah, look at that. No, actually that is thread in there. Yeah, it is thread in there. But it just looks like thick plastic. Look at that. See that? So, alright, Pat, thanks for joining in again, mate.
Lisa and David want to know where's your print.
My what?
Print. Print.
What?
P-I-N-T.
Pete. Where's your point?
Oh.
I don't know what everyone else is like, but since the first lockdown, obviously you went and bought some toilet paper because there was a bit of a rush on it, weren't there? And if you didn't get any, because once people start panic buying, yeah, you've got to get it, ain't you? Because if you don't get it, it's going to disappear, isn't it? So, once one person panic buys, you've got to buy the stuff, ain't you? But you aren't panic buying, you've just got to buy it. You certainly didn't want to be left without any toilet paper, did you? And have to go back onto the old kitchen roll. That wouldn't be good. But ever since the first lockdown, I think I've drunk a pint every night. And obviously not just one. But I think it's coming to a time now where I've got to try and stop having a drink every night. But there's nothing else to do, is there? So what else do you do? I mean, what do you lot think about that? Do you think you should have a drink most nights, or do you think that you shouldn't? Obviously you shouldn't, for health reasons. But what else do you do? Can't do nothing else, can we? Essex foraging and fishing. Thanks for joining in, mate.
He also says he doesn't drink.
He doesn't drink? No. Don't blame you, mate. Look what it's done to me. So yeah, I want to get these eyes off, and then I'm going to rub the rod down. And in probably a week's time, I think the weather's hopefully will warm up again a bit. And what I then do is I've got to make up a male mandrel to stick down the hole to put in my dryer. Because I made this rod wrapper machine, what I call the rod wrap machine, but mainly it's just for when you put the varnish on or the high build on your eyes. Because I ain't got many rods. I've got quite a few rods to do. I've probably got 5 or 6 rods to do. And yeah, drink more tea.
Pat O'Malley says he doesn't drink. Dominic Morgan says hi from Mablethorpe.
Dominic?
Yeah.
Alright, Dominic, thanks for tuning in.
Stephen Silver says he hasn't had a plant since last in UK September last year.
I'll tell you what I'm looking forward to is going to the pub.
John has 3 to 4 bottles of real ale most nights.
Oh, well, I feel alright then. I didn't think I was doing anything wrong. I normally have a couple of cans. But, right. Oh, my back.
Rob says kitchen rolls, Cosburn, hot up newspaper.
Yeah, well.
Ian Elliott says moderation is the name of the game.
Oh, says what?
Moderation is the name of the game.
Yeah, it is, yeah. That's why I think I've had 2 nights off in the last year, so I think that's quite good moderation.
Stephen Foster says he got through a lot of rum in the first lockdown, now Guinness is up in this lockdown.
I've always tried to drink rum, but I can't drink that.
John says, now wrong with a few once we can go back to the pub. It will be back to normal, mate. Like his day now else to do.
I hope it does. Me and the wife would quite enjoy getting on the old train and going for a pint.
Bob says he wants a scully knife on the top of God's legs burn and they'll fly off, no heat.
I've got all this under wrapping on there as well. I need to get it off.
Steve Pudney says hi.
Right, Steve, I wish you was there doing this for me.
He also says you don't need heat.
But it's all hard. It's absolutely rock hard.
Fishing frustration says hi Vern, I'm running okay, not on for long as I'm a mod on a new live stream, okay.
Who's that?
Fishing frustration.
He's not here for long. Did you say? Thanks for tuning in, Fishing Frustrations. It's much appreciated.
Landlock's donated £5. Have a pint on me. Local channel.
Thank you, Rob. It's much appreciated, mate. Are you doing a casting video with that PVA stuff on? Thank you very much for that, Rob. It's much appreciated.
Alan Brown says, I used to drink every night, but I don't touch it now. Just don't want it.
It's just habit, isn't it, I think? I'm struggling with this. I think it's because I'm trying to do this live as well. And I'm trying to do it, and I've picked something. Because, well, you want to see it. And I'm here to please. That's what I am in life. And once you get one little bit,
Did you ask Landlock who's doing the video?
did I what?
Ask Landlock who's doing the video.
Am I doing a video?
He's doing the video.
Who?
Landlock.
Yeah. Are you?
He said he's doing a casting video.
Yeah. Well, so you're doing a casting video, Rob, on the on your previous video with your PVA thing. Be good to see that. I would say you'd be able to double that bag up, wouldn't you, as well? Right, this is coming off all right now. Look at this. That's better. This is a leader rod. It's only a cheap old rod. Well, it isn't cheap. It cost me 70 quid back in the day. About 17 years ago. But I like it that much because it's quite stiff. It's not like a rod you buy now where it's all flimsy and floppy. It's quite a stiff rod, and I like it. And it's short. It's only 12 foot. That come off a lot easier like that. Can you see that now? That's it's all right. I've turned it down a bit.
It'll weaken the carbon. build your shed or was it prefab?
Right, I'll tell you about this shed. Right, this shed is my mum. Well, it's my mum and my dad's shed, but I've always known it as my mum's shed because I went with my mum when we were living in Yarmouth before we moved up to Lincolnshire. Mum had to buy a shed, and this shed is 10 foot by 6 foot. And you think you're buying a big shed, but you can always go double it. Whatever shed you think you're going to buy, and yeah, that size will be alright, you need to double it. But this is the shed we bought, and we bought it off an old, I was going to say Jitboo, but he weren't a Jitboo. But in Yarmouth, there's a subsidiary to Yarmouth called Southtown. And all the old boys that we used to call lived down there. And they used to make sheds. And you went into his old, oh, what was his name? I think his name was Billy. But anyhow, that don't matter. He was a character. Everyone knew him in Yarmouth, apart from I've forgotten him. And we went and bought this shed, 10 foot by 6 foot, and it cost £100. You can't buy a shed for that now, can you? And what he he used to make them. And then he'd have a great big pit in the middle of his shed, full of creosote and oil. And he just used to make it and chuck the shed with some ropes around it in the hole. And he'd leave it soaking in there and then pull it out and let it dry. And then me and Mum went and paid for it. And then it got delivered. So this shed come from Yarmouth. And we moved up there in Christmas 88. Christmas 88? Yeah, Christmas 1988. So this shed, and I've done a couple of repairs on the roof because obviously it weren't looked after 100% and it had plants all growing over it. So I had to repair the roof. I had a bit of wood worming where the window is and I replaced the wood in that as well and done it. So it's had a couple of repairs, but yeah. 1988 this shed was bought for £100 and shipped up to Lincolnshire, and that's this shed.
Alan Crawshaw says hello.
You're right, Alan, thanks for tuning in, mate. So a couple of bits there I've got to take off and there, but I need to take my time with that. And then I'll rub this blank down, varnish it, and I've got some Fuji eyes. I'll be pleased to get this rod back up and running. I think the River Humber's still open as well. I don't think they've shut it down. So when I've done this, we'll go have a look at my tilly lamps. It'll be quieter in there as well. Get it out there at the bloody all that round. Any questions, Don?
Just now, Roz says, is a stiff rod for rocky ground?
I don't think it is. This is the first rod that I bought when I started fishing again. All the rods I had were fiberglass, and this was my first carbon fibre rod. And so I don't like chucking anything out, and I quite like it. And I think it cost me 70 quid. No, it didn't. I think it cost me 40 quid, and the reel cost me 70 quid. And just stiff. It's just quite stiff. It's a pleasure to use. And at the River Humber, if I'm allowed to still fish in it, you don't need to cast far. You don't need to cast far at all. Cut down them eyes, you said, didn't you?
Stephen Foster wants to know if you're going to do a follow-up live on wrapping the eyes back on.
Yeah, I will do.
Pat O'Malley says, stupid question, Vern, but after you have wrapped it down and varnished it, how do you know where the eyes go back on?
Because I've took measurements, Pat. So that's the first eye. And yeah, I know it's in inches and in metric, but then that's the first part of the whip, and that's the second part of the whip, and that's the next and next and next. So yeah, so I know where the eyes go.
Michael Simpson says, don't burn Mum's shed down with the tilly.
We'll be in the garage.
David White says, Humber wall, i.e. Stalinborough wall, isn't shut. It stayed open all through lockdown. Vern, it's fishing well at Moe. Alan Crawshaw says, back late at all. Pat O'Malley says, cheers.
Mum's still there.
Yeah.
It'll be nice to go fishing again. First place I'm going to go fishing is at the River Humber, believe it or not, because I'll be able to get there pretty quick.
Matthew Skeet says, what do you use your bandsaw for then?
That bandsaw, I just use it, well, obviously for cutting wood, but yeah, it's so much easier to use a bandsaw than actually get other stuff out, circular saws and stuff like that. I can use that. I've got a circular saw up on the shelf, but just use it for cutting wood for when I'm doing jobs.
Kev Spencer says, either leave the top eye on or find the rod spine for putting the eye in the right place.
Yeah, I'm leaving that. I've got one eye at the top there I'm leaving on. I've thought about that, and I've got a new tip eye. I'm going to stick the tip eye on and sort this end out here. So I'm only taking this one off here, and then that's it with this. I'll stick the tip eye on, and then I can take the last eye off. I don't want to cock this rod up. The eye that I put on my Shakespeare rod is perfectly alright. It's not ever going to come off.
Roz says,
but it's not neat enough.
Roz says, is the rod one of a pair?
No, it's only just lately I've bought 2 rods at a time, so I've got a pair of them. I only bought this rod, and I think in June I found one of these rods on, I don't know if it was eBay or some other fishing site, and I didn't buy it. I was watching it, and then probably about a month later I thought, oh, I'll have another look at that rod again. It had gone. So it's hard work to try and find these, but
Bethany says, little tip, file the feet down on your rings, easier whipping.
I made that mistake on my Shakespeare rod as well. I knew Bethany, that I had to file the ends down, but I was such in a rush to get the eye on because I wanted the rod done so that I could go fishing. And this rod had broken, the Shakespeare rod had broken. I only had one other rod, and I think I was going through a blanking session as usually, and
Gunnar Roy says,
I just had to get out. So I just I made a couple of mistakes on that rod, which you'll see in the video. So please don't laugh.
Gunnar Roy says, Vern, I'm using rods called Sinopis,
Right.
900 from Decathlon here in Turkey, and they're better than my Ziplex M4 Evo.
Yeah, Evo.
And cost 150 compared to 450.
I found the end. Well, isn't it? That's always the case, Gunneroy, isn't it? This rod is cheap, but it is quite a firm rod. It's not a floppy rod like I keep saying. My Shakespeares that I use, that you see me fish amber with, are floppy. And even though they're alright, I only bought them because of the big tip eye. And they suit me for doing what I do. So
Fishing UK Glasgow says, can you get an update on what Vern is doing as he's just joined?
right, who's that?
Fishing UK Glasgow.
Fishing UK Glasgow. All I'm doing is taking some eyes off this rod, getting it ready for me to rub down, to varnish, to then whip the eyes back on. I'm only taking this one off here, and then I'm going to go do something else.
Steve Woodman says, never laugh at someone who's trying.
Hey Steve, you're right about the heat, aren't you? Because this is coming off alright now. I didn't heat them up so that it got really hot, Steve. I just, it was warm, but it weren't hot. Ah, now I'm come to the top bit now.
Bethany says, you can always replace tip either. Bob says, keep the eyes on the same line of the spine of the rod Vern.
Yep, I am. I'm leaving this eye on here. Well, I'll tell you in a minute. I'll get it off the thing here. Quite a concentrate-y sort of job, isn't it? Any more comments?
No. Kev Spencer says, give a shout out after the 29th of March when you're Norfolk Wayburn, and perhaps me, you and Fish On can have a session on Galston Harbour.
Yeah, I'm up for that, Kev. Are you going to start videoing again, Kev? Don't matter if you swear, you know, you just click not for children.
Stephen Foster says, are we having bacon again tonight?
I ain't got any bacon.
We have.
Have we? I didn't know. I hadn't thought about it really, Stephen.
Ian Elliott says, haven't seen you use tilly lamps for fishing. They must be great for helping stay warm.
They are. I always used the tilly. I used to, as a boy, used to cycle down to the river because I used to live on Bells Road. 152 Bells Road I lived on in Galston, and I used to walk down this. Well, I used to cycle down to the harbour or to the pier and fish it, and I'd have me fishing rod strapped to the bike on the crossbar. I'd have me I had a wicker basket at the time, and I'd have that on my back, which was on one strap, so it used to flop about, and I'd have my tilly lamp on my handlebars. Never had a tripod, you just put your rod against the handrails that are there. And yeah, always used a tilly lamp. But nowadays, with LED lights, they're so small and light, you don't need to use a tilly lamp, which is a shame. But they do take some, once you've got your bag and everything, and your bag for your camera and all your stuff and bottles of water and that, to carry a tilly lamp as well, banging and clanging about, it's a lot of work, and it's hard work.
Gunnar Roy says, they're grey or Fuji seat rings, night glow top, can't fault them, 100 to 200 to 250 grams, cast 3 pieces, think it's a French company, Decathlon. Do you need a poster? Oh, you need a poster.
Hang on, I've got kitchen roll somewhere. Yeah, those rods, Gunnar, sound alright.
Tell Mum to bring kitchen roll.
Those rods sound alright, and don't matter what make or anything the rods are, do they? I mean, you say you've got Ziplex as well, and you're happy with these other rods. It's like, the best rods I've got is my leader rods, and I've got 2 Ron Thompson accelerator rods, which Alan's gonna help me learn how to cast properly, because when you cast a Ron Thompson rod, the accelerator, it only goes 40-50 yards. You might get 80 yards at a push, but they're really hard, really stiff rod. And yeah, Pet, are you there? Can you bring?
I've just heard the back door.
Oh right.
Christopher Ramsey wants to
Just stab me thumb now with a knife.
Have you fixed the cooker?
How does he know about the cooker?
Because you mentioned it
Did I?
in the last week.
Who's that?
Christopher Ramsey.
Christopher, I haven't fixed the cooker, but I'm fixing it tomorrow. So we'll be right for them Yorkshire puddings.
Mum's actually waiting to have a beef dinner.
Is she?
We've got a joint of beef in the freezer.
Is Mum coming or what?
I don't know. I did hear the back door.
Oh, I don't need anything. I've got some gaffer tape. Hang on.
Fishing UK Glasgow says back soon.
Fishing who? UK?
Glasgow.
He's getting his vaccine.
No, he's back soon.
Oh, right, okay. Thanks a lot. See you in a bit.
Gunnar always says Ziplex is in England, and he also says I use when over.
Right. Get that.
Fishing UK Glasgow says I'm not going part autocorrect, doing my it's just autocorrect.
Just got to do some running repairs.
Gunnar Roy says he's got the same Shakespeare as you have in England.
Which Shakespeare's that, Gunneroy? Because I've got the K2 and the my Blue Agilities. I'll think about doing some more videos, but depends if people want to see fly on the wall videos where we just have a laugh. Yeah, of course we do, Kev. That's what it's all about, isn't it? It's not about fishing for me and catching fish and stuff.
Piscator.
Piscator. Hi Vern, how's it going, mate? Alright, mate, apart from I've just stabbed me thumb with a knife, so I've done running repairs with a bit of gaffer tape. Fishaholic, good to hear William, mate. Earn some money just to spend it all on fish. Who's William? See, I ain't.
There's no one
Agilities. So you got the Shakespeare agilities.
Les Edwards says a lot of peers won't
Fishaholic,
allow
Dougie,
to
hi,
the
mate.
dance.
Chris Newstead, hi Vern, you right, mate? Thanks for tuning in. Fishing England, hi Piscator.
Les Edwards says a lot of peers won't allow tilly lamps as it's a fire.
Really?
That's what they said.
Who said that?
Les Edwards.
Is that right, lads? You can't. You aren't allowed to take a tilly lamp on a pair. Now I'll tell you something about Britannia pair. Next time, if you put in on YouTube "Walk with Tim," he walks around Yarmouth doing videos. It's quite a good channel, or it is for someone that used to live there. And Britannia pair now is about 4 foot off the beach. They've pumped that much sand on there that there's all other things that they've done around there's altered the flow of the water with the sand. And the Britannia pair is about 4, well, it ain't literally 4 foot, it might be 5 foot, don't quote me on it. But I used to jump off Britannia pair as a child, and it was possibly 13, 15 feet high. And then we used to climb up the metal stanchions and climb back up on the pier and get shouted at and chased. But you used to do it. Now it's like, it looks as though it's about 4 foot high. It's unbelievable what they're doing to the beaches. I don't know.
Ross says, will you be videoing your casting lessons? I would be interested in watching. Could do with seeing how it's done properly.
I will do if Alan, who's going to teach me how to cast, don't mind. Which I don't, he probably won't mind, because Alan's got casting videos on his channel from what I've seen. So yeah, it might be able to. If Alan's happy with it, then yeah.
Les Edwards says, last time I fished Llandudno Pier, that's what I was told, and the same at Bangor. Well,
life ain't the same as it used to be, is it, all the years ago?
Gunnar Roy says, I brought it off one of the mates who was upgrading to Zipflex for £75. It's spot on.
It sounds alright, as long as you're happy with it. Right, now then. What I've done... Oh, Jesus Christ. What I've done here, can you see this? This is the metallic part of the whipping that's left on the rod. Can you hear that? Listen. So you can hear it's all rough. So what happens is the high build soaks through the cotton onto the rod blank. So it encapsulates the cotton and goes onto that. And this... Ow! That hurt, that did. I ain't doing well today. That's 2 injuries. That's 2... Oh. You need to rub that down. So that's what I've learned from doing my first rod. So every time you do it, and only do it if you feel as though you're confident enough to do it, have a go at it. That's the bottom one. Now I can still work out where these go because he's got these great big lumps still on it, but I'm going to take... You can hear that, can't you? So what I'm going to do... Oh, bloody hell. What I'm going to do is on here, on here, I'm going to prep this up here, yeah, and I'm going to stick the tip eye on with hot melt glue, line it up with this eye so that I've got the start point, and then I'll trim this off air and redo this. I don't know what to do about the white paint. Now, I always put white paint on. That's just what I do. And I'm sure if someone was to whip me a rod and it be really pucker, I'd then bring it home and put a bit of white paint on the top.
Steve Pudney says a Stanley blade be off in less than 5 minutes.
That takes me, well, you've seen how long it takes me. Steve, Bethany, nice guy, Alan, cast with him a few times. Not Bethany, Paul Costello. Oh, right. That does say Beth. Right, well, I know it's Paul now, but I'm rubbish with names. Anyhow, yeah, Alan's great. He's offered to teach me how to cast and have a fishing session with him when all this is all over. And yeah, looking forward to it. Not looking forward to the drive, but yeah. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. And hopefully I'll be able to cast a bit better.
Gunnar Roy says leave it white or get some reflective tape. Stephen Silwood says put some white tip tape on and varnish over the top of that too.
What I'll probably do is I'll rub this down and just give it some more white paint because I like white paint. And then that's this done. I shall stick an eye on there and I'll show you the eyes when I go in the garage. I'll stick an eye on there and then I'll take this eye off. I shall rub all this down and lightly because it don't need a lot of rubbing down, and then I shall start whipping it on. But I've got to under whip it first. I've got to get some red metallic whippings because I ain't got any, and we shall just see how it go, you know. Not a lot of piscator.
Yeah, it says Vern, anywhere down south that do mail order bites.
Mail order
Baits.
baits down south. Don't know, there's hooker baits, isn't there? There's I have ordered some carp which is in the freezer now. There's loads of bait people online, isn't there? And I also there's a chap on eBay that sells ragworm, and you order it on whatever day and then a few days later it turns up. But the problem I have is that I'm not organised and I never really know when I'm going fishing. It's a case that, and I've had quite a lot of people ask to go fishing with me, which is I'm looking forward to, you know, but I've got to fit all that. That's a lot of fitting in to do for me. But I'm the sort of person that just decides, right, I'm going fishing. I'll check the tide and then I'm off. And then I never really, what I'm saying is I never really plan far enough ahead to get fresh bait. So I've always got frozen bait. I know I struggle sometimes to catch fish because I haven't got fresh bait, but it's just the way it is. Fishing isn't always about catching for me. It's about having a day out and being somewhere on your own, not thinking about anything. Because you're thinking about fishing and you're doing this, that and the other, you just forget everything, don't you? You all know what it's like, and that's really enjoyable for me. So that's what I do. Yeah, I need to get some fresh bait. The trouble is, where I go fishing at the Humber, if I was to get some fresh bait, I can get fresh bait in Grimsby, and it's another half an hour, 40 minutes by the time you got in the shop, parked up, got in the shop and got your bait. So it's an extra 40 minutes at least if you don't have any trouble. And sometimes you have to get at the Humber 6 hours before high tide to get a bay. And then you're not guaranteed on getting the bay you want, but you do get a bay. So to then leave it probably 7 hours before high tide, that is a long day then, because the Humber for me is a fishing trip where it would be advantageous for me to go a couple of hours before high and then fish a couple of hours after and come them. It's just one of those venues for a short trip. Like if you live near the coast, like I used to in Galston, then you can just think, right, I'm just going fishing, and you just wander on down an hour and a half before and fish an hour and a half after, and that's a nice little short trip. But when you're landlocked and you're away from the coast, it's a lot of a trip. It's a big trip to go fishing, and that's where the commitment comes. So there is a lot of commitment to go fishing when you're living inland, and you've got to. So I suppose I am preparing really and getting organised to go fishing, but not organised enough to get fresh bait, is what I'm saying. In a long-winded Norfolk fashion. Who was that? Lisa H. Be careful buying fresh bait off eBay. We bought some from a couple of sellers and never received it, so I had to go through PayPal to get money. Yeah, hooker baits. I've seen worms from hooker baits and they always look good. Someone just said about hooker baits, didn't they? Hooker baits have got some razor clam at the moment. I've heard that's a good bait. I'll tell you, Ian, about razor clam. I've never caught on razor clam, but then don't take my word for that, because I don't often catch anyhow. But yeah, razor clam, you can buy razor clam from Morrison's. They're only small, but there's a good hook bait on there. You get 3 packs of razor clam for a tenner. So it's dirt cheap bait, but I've never caught on it. So what I'm doing now with my razor clam I've got in the freezer now is I'm cocktail baiting it with worms. I'm lucky to live on the coast, Vern. Darren Lister. You certainly are, mate. It's, I just don't understand why I ever moved away. 6 hours before you can fish. That's right, Gunneroy. It's that busy at the Humber. You can go fishing at the Humber between October and probably January, February. I don't know, because I haven't got there January and February, and it's looking like I'm only going to catch the end of March. So I can't tell you about those 3 months. But October, November, December, and I would say January, at the Humber, if you want to pick a bay that you want to fish in, then from where I live, I need to leave at low water. So as soon as it's low water at the Humber, which is obviously 6 hours before high, I have to leave my house with the van loaded and be on my way. So to go an extra 20 minutes down the road to get fresh bait, it don't even register for me, because there's just no point. So
Fishing UK Glasgow's gone to bed.
thanks for watching Fishing UK Glasgow. Right, so that's that rod done. Now what am I going to do? What do you want to see next?
John Taylor says razor calm is best after a good blow and the water is all stirred up.
What razor clam is? Yeah.
David
I've never had any luck with it though, John.
Dave Turner says try nail varnish remover on your hide build.
He said what?
Try nail polish remover on your high build.
Yep, I shall, well, all the high build is off now. I've just got a couple of little bits here and there. I shall give that a rub. Alright, Dano. Thanks for tuning in, Dano. I appreciate you tuning in and watching.
Gloria says, how's it going, Vern?
Yeah, it's going well, Dano. Like I say, thanks for tuning in. It's, no fishing yet for me. It's just one of them things, but...
Daniel Joe says get the sausage, bacon and eggs on.
Yeah, I might do actually. Right, what do you want to see me do next?
Paul Costello, was it? Says sort your reels out.
Sort them out? What do you want to...
Sort your reels out.
Sort my reels out? They're all done.
Well, that's what he says.
Let's go in the garage then, shall we? I can leave that there.
Gunneroy says dance. Mum says fix the oven.
Fix the oven. The wife wants me to fix the oven. I don't know why. What do you need an oven for?
Daniel Jones says, and there's Edward's Tilly lamps.
Tilly lamps. It's hard work doing this. You have to really concentrate. I don't think doing...
Landmark says, show us how much toilet roll you got in storage.
I ain't got that much toilet roll now because the wife's cut down. We didn't buy loads. Obviously, from that previous conversation I had, when they were all nicking bloody toilet roll left, right and centre in the first lockdown, if there was toilet roll there, you just had to pick it up, didn't you? Because by the next day it was gone. And you can't be without toilet paper, can you?
Ryan Turner says, let's see your lamps.
Right.
Jeff Ladler messaged you on Facebook saying, do some rig making.
Right, we're going in the garage.
Rory says, I get to go live in 72 hours. And Fishaholic says, Verns, how's your singing?
How's my singing? I don't sing. That's a non-starter, that is. Right, I've got to make sure that this is all right on there. Right, let's turn this heater off. Don't tell the wife I've got a heater on. Oh, I ain't turned that bloody thing off, have I? Hang on a minute. Right, I've got to turn my welder. What's that done now?
I don't know.
Is everybody still there? Yeah. Now it's Pen 52 Mag 4 giveaway.
He's on about his video.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Right, Danu, are you looking forward to going live? You haven't been live for a long while, have you? And I've got if you're still there, Danu, I see in your last video that you caught a whiting. And you keep telling me that you don't catch codling up there, or cod. But if there's whiting around Guernsey, there must be cod. There's got to be some cod somewhere there. Come in, Tanisha. You have to unplug that and bring it, yeah, sweetheart? Can you bring my... Oh, you can come back from the lager, can't you? Right. Yeah, forge. Don't know about getting bacon on that. Oh, it's raining. Ah. Right. You will get cod on the wrecks in the channel. Very rarely near the islands, mate. It's a shame, that. It's good that you catch them white in there, though. It might change, because if them French stop catching the fish. What's this in there? Oh, it's cold in there.
Do you want the shed door closed or not?
Yeah, I do, yeah, because... Where do you want to just sit for a minute, Don?
Shut the door.
Alright. Right, I need that bench. Stick that on the lambretta. That ain't very good, is it? Right, where are you going with that? Where do you want to sit?
I don't know, where I'm not in the way.
Is there new comments on there?
It keeps disconnecting and I'm getting fed up reconnecting it, so it's easier to read it off your phone.
Right, okay. Mighty bright tip tape, Vern. Yeah. How far are we back now?
Don't know.
Crikey almighty. Vern, did you turn the welder off? What I've done is, Gunneroy, I've turned it. You can't turn that off. You have to turn the heat right down to 0 so it blow cold air through it, and then obviously it'll cool it down. Otherwise you end up replacing the elements in it, and I've never replaced an element in it up to now, so when you finish using that you just turn it onto 0 and that's it. Any red mullet about Inglorious Piscator? Vern, did you turn them on? Great, just changed account, can stop cling. Bettany. Cod Nobbler. So yeah, I'll go turn the welder off, Gunneroy, when it's cooled down. Bit late not to tell the wife you got the heating on when she's watching you on air, Vern. Yeah, I just realised that, Andrew. It's she know I've got it on there. There ain't no, my missus don't know. It's all you know. Where were you sat last time, sweetheart?
I was sat over there, but you're working over there and I had to keep moving.
Yeah. Right. Sorry for shouting. Right. Can you see that? Only just. Let's get that up a bit. Eyes and ears everywhere. She certainly has. Right. This here. You're not using this chair?
No, it's too low down.
Right, okay. Look, there's that stuff coming out of the freezer.
Andrew Jones says, don't forget you can.
Yeah, will you go get my can down? It's in the shed. Right, now then.
Is it opened or not?
Yeah, it's opened. It's in the shed. This here is a heat-proof light lens chimney. They call them chimneys. Electrician would probably call it a light because lets light through it. And I've fit these. Cost £20, and so they ain't bad. But after 2 that have broken, I don't really want to put a third on, and that's then 60 quid. But that you have to take the handle off first. So you get a chrome hood on these. Now you can see it's getting the temper. These here are what you call temper colours, and if you're hardening steel and quenching it to harden metal, you then have to temper it to take the brittleness out of the steel. That's got nothing to do with this. I'm just telling you what these temper colours are, and they range from, you can see there, like a pale straw colour going through to blues and purples. Well, this pale straw colour that appears at around about 230 to 250 degrees C, and the purple colours and the blues, they come about at around about 5 to 620 degrees C. So this is getting to, at that point, at about 500 degrees C plus. Now, I have broken 2 lenses on that, and it's doing my head in. And I phoned the lady up that sells this stuff, and Sarah and her old man that run the company. And this here round there, you have to put the lens in here, look. You watch, I'll drop this now tonight and break this. This just drops inside. Let me get these bloody screws out.
Neil Blackford says, I've got a Tilly lamp and Archer lamps, and the Tilly lamps with brass bottoms are worth a few bob.
Yeah.
Dominic Morgan says, how do you get to the Humber fishing from Grimsby?
Do you know, I have no end of people not phone me up, I have loads of people message me on YouTube. How do you get to Stallingborough, mate? Or River Humber at Immingham? And I have to, it's a long-winded story, but I type it all out, go on Google Maps, click satellite, look for the Tronics factory. Behind the Tronics factory, you'll see the Humber and the S-Bend, and that bay there is Bay 28, and drive towards Grimsby with the river on your left, and you'll come to a pumping station on your right, and you'll see a gateway there with a barrier that's locked up, and you'll see a windy, bumpy track. Go down that bumpy track, so you come off the river wall, go down the bumpy track, and then you'll come up to some traffic lights and a bit of tarmac road. Drive down there and you're on the main road. And then I say, after all of that, typing all this, what you then need to do is just have a look to find your way to that point in Stallingborough. So that's how you get to the River Humber, mate. Who was that, Tanisha?
That was Dominic Morgan.
So that's how you get there, Dominic. So you'll be able to play this back and just pause it, won't you? Anyhow, I've filed this bigger because this was rather tight. So this, you had to winkle this in. So I thought that's why these are breaking. So now that fits in there just perfect. It's not tight. See? Then on here, there's a mixture screw here, which lets the air in, so you get your air and your paraffin mix at the right percentages. And I was told, wind that full out and get it as bright as you can get it. Well, I figured that that's why that was getting too hot. And that's why it's breaking. So I altered this, I screwed it right in now and just backed it off a bit until it went bright again. So I thought to myself, I've done that. That ain't going to smash the glass anymore. I've filed the top ring so it ain't going to smash the glass anymore. I phoned the lady up to order some Chinese, and they haven't come yet. Now, the Chinese lights are £5.50, but they don't give any guarantees with them because they're a bit, you know, they aren't best quality. But I'm not putting a £20 light in for it to smash until I know this thing is sorted. So I bought some Chinese crap ones. Hopefully it'll work. Anyway, whilst I was talking to her, she said to me, have you got any holes in your mantle? And I know I've got a hole in my mantle. Look. It's there. And I went, no, I ain't got a hole in my mantle. And went through what I've done. She says, yeah, it could be that, but I don't think so. But you sure you ain't got a hole in your mantle? And I said, well, yeah, I'm looking at it now. And yeah, I have got a hole in my mantle. It's the size of a pencil. And she said to me, that's what's breaking your lens. She says, all the heat that is generated in here and coming out to like this mantle, because there's a hole there, you're getting a flame jet coming out, hitting the glass in one spot. And she says, eventually, your glass will go milky in that spot and it'll just break. But it doesn't break until you turn the lamp off. And you'll put the lamp away, and as it's cooling, you'll suddenly hear this ping and some shattering, and you'll look at your light, this glass, and there'll be a crack all the way around it, and it's broken. It don't all fall into bits, it's still there, but obviously if you pick it up and put it down, it's going to break and fall apart. And buy them warm a pie. Is that a anchor light? Yeah, so basically this is an anchor lamp. In my previous live, for those that weren't in it because that was right at the end, I have got, so anyhow, that's what, if you've got one of these anchor lamps, Tilly lamps, she said it's the same with all lamps, but these work at extreme pressures, these anchor lamps, and that's why they're brighter. So if you get a mantle with a hole in it, you need to not even light the lamp. You need to take that off, put a new mantle on, and then relight it. I'm going to put a new mantle on this tonight, so you're going to see me put a mantle on it in a minute.
One lot says it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I didn't realise that a hole in the mantle would do that, but there is a huge flame ball all around that mantle, and I used to see a jet come out of that hole. And until that lady explained it to me, and she said to me, do you want me to speak to my husband because he knows a lot more than me? And I said, I think you've just explained it perfectly well, and I don't need to speak to your husband. I need two. So I ordered the lights and everything else, and it's coming. But look at...
Jay says, I've got the Coleman North Star lamp, never had any trouble, great lamp.
Yeah, do those Coleman North Stars run on petrol? Look at it, it's all brittle, look. And that's that. So we'll stick a new one on here.
Spark says, evening Vern, how are you doing?
I'm doing alright, Sparks, thank you. He's doing what?
How are you doing late arriving tonight?
Am I doing what tonight?
He's late arriving tonight.
Yeah, no. It's alright, thank you for joining, Sparks. So, got to be careful with that. No need to take it out, I've just took it out to show you. But that's the porcelain. So, I'm going to light this tonight without the lighting because I'm not prepared to lose another light. Now, I think I've sorted it out now and I shouldn't have any more problems with it, but until I've got me Chinese cheapos, I ain't going to be sorting that out. Now, I just need to get me...
Ian Elliott says, yes, Coleman run on unleaded petrol as well as common fuel.
Right.
And Ian Oliver says, are you going to light it up?
I am going to light it up, yeah. I had a Coleman stove and they were absolutely fantastic. You have to pump them up and you set them on fire and they just fire up, and they're really strong, really create loads of heat. But I put them away, didn't use them for a while, come to light them and it started spitting petrol out everywhere. The seals had gone in it and it was lit, but it was shooting petrol out, and I was like, oh, Jesus Christ. So I shut it off and walked away from it, let it cool down and chucked it in the bin because I didn't even want to put new seals in it and then reuse it. So
Bobby Swale says, how often do you need to change the mantle?
You only have to change the mantle, Bobby, when it's got oil in it or it breaks.
Thomas Powell says, North Stars do run on petrol, plus they have electric lighter. Brian J says, oh, that's addressed to Andrew. Brian Turner says, mine has been okay, but now got lead light, or I asked Vern about a few weeks ago.
He's got a what?
Mine has been okay, but now got a lead light when I asked Vern about
LED light. These are the LED lights that I have. You've seen them in the back of my van.
Stephen Rustman says,
I'll not dazzle you.
Stephen Rustman says, Vern had two. These never had glass break, always change mantle every time, take out whether broken or not.
Yeah, you can do. Right. Get all these off here and down there. Right, can we get that closer? Can you see that now? Right. Or should I do it on there? So these are the anchor lamps. Mantles. I've got Tilly's. Don't like that on there. Vern, how long does your LED light last on the charge? Piscator, my LED, these LED. Look, we're just there in the garage having a chat, aren't we? I ain't making a video, am I? This is just a live, so I'm just going to potter about from. If you ask me something, the door will pull it up or something. And these are the LED lights. Now, if you go on eBay, be careful because they're probably the same lights on eBay and they're a lot cheaper. But I've always bought these with this run-it gone. Now, let me just turn the light off.
Matthew Steet says, how do you remember where everything is in your garage?
Well, it's hard work, I'll tell you. Right, hang on, let me turn that on. Turn that off. Right, now, if I put this onto the light there, if I... That there, that's this LED light. So it's, this garage is dark, look. Let me just... Right. That's on one light. That's no lights. So that's the LED light, Piscator. If you go and watch one of my videos on the Umber, you'll see these in the back of the van, and I have them up. But these cost me 25 quid or 20 quid, but they've gone up in value now, according to Amazon. They now want 30 quid for them. But this light, you've got one setting, which is double lights. That's the bottom light, that's the top light, and that's off. Now, if, hang on a minute, I'll tell them in a minute. Now, if you run both lights, you get 4 hours to 5 hours use out of these. It's got a 5,000 milliamp hour battery in it or something. But on 2 lights, you get 4 to 5 hours. And on 1 light, you get 6 to 8 hours, I think. I think it's 6 hours. Might be 8 hours. It's one or the other. It lasts me, these lights last me a complete fishing session at night on the Humber, and I take 2 of these on the beach with me, and this is all I have is these lights. They weigh about 560 grams, they don't weigh anything, and they just go in my fishing bag, and that's it. So I think they were £32 off Amazon. If you go on eBay, you can see them for 20 quid, but them stickers that says Run Can, which is a load of crap really, because it isn't a name brand, is it? Yeah, I'll have that. Thank you very much. They're £20, so you can get them for 20 quid, what I used to pay for them. Cheers. Is that cold?
Well, it might not be cold, because of Pudge wants to go
on the wine now. So, yeah, if that helps, I buy mine from Amazon because they're the name brand. You can get them on eBay cheaper. I was going to buy one off eBay to see if they were the same, but I do trust them because it's the same seller that I bought them from before. Who need a lamp with a couple of them? No, that's exactly it, you see. You don't... The Tilly lamp... I only take the Tilly lamps to the river, but I've forgotten to take them because you don't have to carry them anywhere. If you've got to carry one of these lamps, yeah, and you're on a trek and you're carrying that and your rods and your tripod and your basket and bag, you know, that's why I have a trolley. So where's my mantles gone?
Piscator says thank you.
So, is that Chelsea going out?
Possibly.
That's your mantle. Just a bit of material. I think these have got radium in it. I'm not sure. Clean the new glass to get fins off. I ain't putting the glass in. I'm waiting until I get the Chinese one.
Thomas Powell says, I prefer to use LED lamps these days. I always take a battery bank to recharge them if they need to charge.
Yeah, I've always got my LEDs nowadays. I don't take... but, you know, I just like to have these. So you just put it on over the porcelain. And then with gaffer tape wrapped around your thumb, because you stabbed yourself in the thumb with a knife. Bloody muppet.
Lamps are £32.95 on Amazon.
Yeah.
From Brian J.
So that's on there. So you just literally get, you can't pull these hard. And you just have to tie it on. Are there any more comments?
No.
So that's on there. Cut that off. So then you've got this.
Mark Dannett says, hi Vern, sorry I'm a bit late turning in. I hope I haven't missed anything.
You haven't missed anything, Mark. I've just took some eyes off a rod to get it ready for putting new eyes on. And what's Piscator just said?
What's your
Vern,
memorable
what's
session
been your
of
most
fishing?
memorable session of fish? My most, I would say it was at Tunstall, to be honest. That was the first time since coming back for the third time in my life to fish. And I caught, I believe, 5 fish that day. It's nothing. There's Dan who catches fish left, right and centre on his boat. So do many other people, including all of you. But that was the first time I'd caught 5 fish for yonks. I think the last time I caught numerous fish was on Britannia Pier in 1980 something, and I caught 24 fish off Britannia Pier in about an hour and a half. That's never happened to me since then. So North Star Mountains Fit too. Yeah, these. So yeah, my most memorable fishing trip was probably at Tunstall, but there's been others since. I would say the codlin that I caught in the Humber was the next one.
Daniel Jones says, catching your first ray.
Yeah, catching it. They've all been enjoyable, but the first video that I was like, wow. Tom even did a trailer for that video to try and promote the video, so and that did really well. Yeah, go and watch. I've got on my video selection things, I've got trailers, and Tom's done some trailers to my videos. And I haven't seen anybody else do anything like that. Sea Angling Adventures sometimes do, but it's mainly just for the ELBC competition. But we did a trailer, Tom did a trailer for me, and that was my first memorable one. Yeah, these I think have got radium in or something, which ain't good. But then I used to handle these when I was 13, and I ain't dead yet, so that goes in here. You thread it in. And that slots in there. And that's dangling. Now,
Justin Justin Page says, I still always take my North Star, keeps me warm, and heat up a pile of sausage roll at the same time.
Yeah, they're good for warming your pies up and sausage rolls.
Christopher Ramsey says, I remember using the anchor lamps back in the day. The glass always used to break. Kev Spencer says, can't believe you got excited about a rug rockling.
Do you know what? Everyone, when you see people catch rockling and they call them whatever they call them, slugs or whatever, because if people want to call it that, that's what it is, but it's a rockling, isn't it? I've never caught a rockling, ever, in my life. Here I am at 52, and I ain't caught a rockling. Then I caught a rockling. I was chuffed to bits, absolutely chuffed to bits. I've never caught a dogfish. I've never caught a plaice. And up until last year, I ain't caught a hound, I ain't caught a ray. The only fish I've ever caught in my life is dabs, flounder, since I've lived up here. I never caught a flounder down in Yarmouth when I fished. So it was dabs, whiting and codling. And that's all I've ever caught until, if you look back at my videos of what I've caught now, you know what I've caught. So when I caught a rockling, I was chuffed to bits. So yeah.
Cod nobbler.
Yeah, cod nobbler.
Smoothie catch, my fave. You need to get there soon for the big prawnies.
Right. Now then, do I heat that up with a methylated?
Jay says I caught a herring for the first
Herring.
time today. Yeah.
Right, so I've put some methylated spirits. You get to heat this mantle up, you can put methylated spirits in the bath, or you got a burner. Now, I always use the burner to light my tillies, but I'm just going to light this methylated spirits just to warm this mantle up.
Landlock says, never seen anyone use a fishing rig to hang up a bottle of brown sauce before. Classic. Oh.
That was... I did a video on this. Right, I've used this once in my video where I was in the Humber. This, you can see what it is. If you go and watch on YouTube Hey Skipper, H-E-Y, Hey Skipper, he's in America. And he came up with this idea, which is a medicine bottle with holes in. You shove a load of bait in it. I tied it on a separate rig. So that clicks onto my shop leader. And then I put my rig on there. So this was, well, I put my weight on there, then this, and then my rig. So my rig's above this. So I put a one up, one down, so the hook's down there. So you got all this stuff in there. I made this to do a video on it. And as I'd planned to do this after watching Hey Skipper, and I did the video and everything. And then somebody else on YouTube went and did it as well. Which was his idea, apparently. But it was this idea, I ain't taking any favours for this, is from Hey Skipper. And he's in America. And he do loads of things to catch fish. It's a good channel. I didn't catch anything. So I filled this with sprats and all sorts of stuff. And used it all day. Never caught a thing. If there's no fish there, you aren't going to catch you with whatever little gimmick things you've got. But, yeah, that's all it is. I did a video on it to upload it onto my site and everything. I thought that's another video for a week. And then somebody else went and did it. I couldn't believe it. It was as literally as that was going to go out, this other chap stuck his video up. So, what do you do? Anyhow, I've put methylated spirits in there. I've got a lighter. I'm going to light that up there. So, now that'll go all black.
Gunroy says, I watch Hey Skipper. I seen this on his video and was going to try myself.
Always don't look good, does it? Can you see that? So I'm going to put some pressure in that, do everything up.
Roy says, I watch Hey Skipper. I've seen this on his videos. Was going to try it myself.
Who says that, Gunneroy? Yeah, Gunneroy, I've tried it. I'm sure if there's fish there, it worked for Hey Skipper, didn't it? But like I say, I did that. Saw it on Hey Skipper. I made the video. I kept quoting Hey Skipper on it because obviously it's his gizmo and his idea. And someone else went and did it, but never quoted Hey Skipper. It made me chuckle.
Right.
So I never uploaded the video because I thought, well, someone else has done it. There's no point me doing it, is there? And I was a bit act off because obviously that took me an hour to do that, believe it or not.
Brian Turner says, why don't you light the mantle with a lighter, like in a Coleman?
You got to put pressure in the tank first. You got to get it up to 2 bar. Because that's a new mantle, you've got to burn it in. So it starts off as a piece of material.
Cod Nobbler says, wish I had a pound every time I've done that.
I'm getting warm.
It's getting smoky.
Yeah, it'll be alright though. So, can you see the mantle now? So the mantle was really long and good arm action, Vern. Yeah, yeah. Lots of practice there. Yeah, you can see that mantle. It's all white now. I've just burnt it off with the methylated spirits in that bath. Can you see that bath where the flame's coming? I've pressurised the tank, what you've just seen me doing, and it's at 2 bar now. And what we'll do is, I would say it might be hot enough already, but what we'll do is, we'll now heat the pressurise the tank, and you've got a pipe that goes up to the top, and you've got to heat the top up, so that when you open the valve, the paraffin is vaporised, and that's what lights the mantle.
Landlock wants to know, how did they get the name Tilly?
I don't know. Right, so we're going to light this now.
Ian Elliott wants to know what is in the lamp.
Right, so we've lit this. You got this. See that burner? That is, oh balls.
Ian Elliott wants to know what fuel is in it.
Paraffin. So you can see that. That flame is heating this pipe up here at the back, which also heats this top bit up. We're not heating this bit up, but this bit gets hot. But we're heating the pipe work at the top. Once that gets hot, I can then open the paraffin knob, and the paraffin will go up through the needle into the burner at the top, which is now red hot, and it'll vaporise. And the tilly will light. Hopefully. No, that ain't lit. Right. We'll do it again. Right, that's lit. Let's get some pressure on it.
Brian Turner says you will get there, Vern.
I'm getting there, I'm getting there. The problem is now, is that I've turned that bloody flame light down.
Daniel Jones says, don't you know, pump it up.
I'm pumping.
Peter Thompson says, I used to heat up a pie or a sausage roll, wrap it in tin foil on top of the old ones whilst night fishing in winter.
It was quite nice when you got your gloves on and you could put them on top of the lamp and warm your hands up, weren't it, when it was really cold and your hands were frozen.
Christopher Ramsey says, them anchor lamps were always temperamental.
So there you go. No light in it, no lens in it, but that's quite bright, isn't it? That's probably lighting up as much as the LED light. And then you can get a directional thing on there, so you can, there, that just shows, doesn't it? If I do this, that's lighting up as much as the LED light, isn't it? So anyhow, that's the Tilly, that's the anchor lamp.
Manlock says they do give off a nice light.
Sound nice as well. So that's that mantle burned in. So next is the Tilly lamp. So we've got the Tilly. Now I've put all new level washers in the pump. What's that comment? How long will it burn for, Vern? It'll burn all night, mate. There's that much paraffin in here. This will burn all night. It'll see you through one night, just this one lamp. But they are a bit cumbersome to carry about. But it's just that they're nice. You see, the thing is, this is my lamp, this Tilly lamp here. Hi Vern, John and Tina off to bed. John and Tina off to bed. Fantastic watch, love the... Thank you, John and Tina. Thanks for tuning in, and have a good night's sleep. So, this is the lamp my mum bought me. I think it was £22, £25, whatever.
Matty Appleton says, hello Vern, hope you're alright, mate.
All right, Matty. I hope your dad's at work and he's working hard to keep that heating on. Hope you're alright too, Matty. Yeah, this lamp here is what my mum bought me. It's a chrome 246B Tilly lamp. Night, John and Tina. Thanks for watching the wife.
Matty says, yeah, he's at work.
Yes, he's at work this week. Ha ha, I'm fine, thank you. Good, I'm glad to hear it, Matty. Enjoy life. It's short, mate. I'll tell you. Anyhow, this is the lamp my mum bought me, and fantastic lamp. I was riding.
He says, does it smoke with less pressure?
No, you got to have the pressure there for it to burn, to push the paraffin up for it to vaporise in the heated burner. In here, there's the burners in the top here. There's 3 pieces of brass where it heats up, and then that. What does the paraffin taste like in the glass? Well, yeah, no, that paraffin tastes all right. Thank you very much. Who said that?
Ian Elliott says they might...
Stephen Forster. Yeah, paraffin's fine, mate. Hope you are well.
Ian Elliott says they might be cumbersome, but they are a thing of beauty.
Have you...
Have you pulled the dent
Have you put...
out yet?
Yeah, That's what I'm now talking about, Kev. You're there already, aren't you? All I'm saying is that I was cycling on one night and I left the pressure in it and this started coming out. And as it came out, it went in my front wheel on my push bike and I went arse of a tit and fell on the floor and... See that little dent there? Right there, there it is. Dented my tilly lamp. Well, I was in the floor in a heap. Rod's never broke or anything. And my mate Roger was laughing his head off. And then Roger was using a hurricane lamp. And then Roger's mum and dad bought him one of these anchor lamps. And that was brighter than my tilly lamp. And I was right act off. But yeah, always wanted an anchor lamp. I know they're Chinese. This one here is a Chinese anchor lamp. And then there was a firm in Suffolk, I believe, that used to buy these in. And they used to do some modifications. So they've put a little tiny, the 100% Chinese version. You watch. I'll just take the skin off me face in a minute. The Chinese ones haven't got... See that little bit there? That's the little twisty thing with a point on it. And if I undo that, I'll lose all the pressure in the tank. That's so you ain't got to keep undoing this. And they did something else to it as well, I believe. They did 2 modifications to it. And I think they were called Remelin or Remigan. So yeah, that was a company that bought them lamps in. That's one of them, and they did the alterations.
Oliver says you will have one on like Popeye.
Yeah.
Daniel Jones says you got more tilly lamps and what they got in shops. And Stephen Russman says the lamp was invented by John Tilley.
John Tilley, right. So you get a little jar. This is the original jar. These are like Rock and Horse. Methylated spirits. So it's got methylated spirits in it and you have a burner in it like that. And the burner goes under there. And then what you do is you light it. That's now heating this up. That, as a matter of fact, that is hot already.
Piscator says, cheers for the live, Vern. Take care, mate. Always a pleasure, mate. Hope to catch you on the next one.
Thank you, Piscator. Thanks for joining in. So we're now lighting this tilly lamp now. How many's in the live?
124 are watching.
Is there 124 watching?
Kev Spencer says, put the lid on.
What lid?
He just says, put the lid on.
Put the lid on?
Yeah.
On what?
I don't know.
I put the lid on this. So this is now heating up the brass. I'll show you. I have got a lot of tilly lamp. I'm not a person that goes out and buys them. This tilly lamp my mum bought me. I've got another tilly lamp that my mum bought my brother, which I've got because he's a whatever. So I've got that tilly lamp. I've got another tilly lamp up there that I bought 2 weeks ago for a tenner in town. And this one was given to me. This is a guardsman. I need to do this up, but...
Richie E says, good evening.
Evening, Richie.
Andrew Jones says, Daniel Jones is my son watching it upstairs.
So in here, thank you, Daniel. Hope you have some ventilation. Yeah, I've got the door open. Keep opening it and shutting it. So... this is the burner, what they call, I think they call it the burner or the atomizer or something. This is what that is now heating up. That's red hot. Now, with tilly lamps, when you light them, if you don't get that hot enough, it'll flame up there with loads of flame. So I'll move it onto the desk before I light it. You have to make sure it gets hot enough. And this is what you're heating up. You see these 3 brass things here? That's what you're heating up. When you then let the paraffin, because the paraffin goes through here, when that goes through a needle in a hole, so it goes through as a mist, it gets heated up here, catches fire easily, and then it heats the mantle up, which produces the light. And that's how a tilly lamp works, in layman's terms.
Matthew Skeet wants to know about your lighter.
My lighter. This lighter, I bought this lighter, and it come in a black box, all posh and everything. Cost me 10 or 12 quid. That's the name brand on it. R-O-N-X-S. Ronix. Whatever. It's Ronix. R-O-N-X-S. Got this off Amazon. And you see them? Now that lights every time. You fill it up, it fills up easy, because you know what lighters are like as well. You can never fill them up and then you're scuppered, aren't you? You've got a Verns window in it and you just have a small little air bubble and you know it's full. But that, I took a top eye off, just warming the eye up on a fiberglass rod to pull it off, because it was obviously glued on. And the eye fell to bits. It heated it up that quick, all the solder fell off. The eye was buggered anyhow, and the eye fell apart. I've chucked it now, but yeah. So you can weld with this bloody solder with it anyhow.
Rock says, I use a lighter like that to light my cigar when on a windy beach, never fails.
Let's get it down there. Well, I'm glad that didn't flame up. Now that's the tilly lamp. Now the lens is quite... Ask Mum to come out here, and then you can go in. Are you tired? What's the last comment?
The one I read out about Landlock having a lighter like that and using it for cigars when it's windy on a beach.
Do you know what, Rob? Yeah, wife's now coming. She's just said okay. Rob, the cigars, I absolutely love the smell of a cigar. Yeah, but my mate, we were out a couple of years ago now, drinking in the pubs on a pub day out, and he passed me a cigar, because I went and bought him a cigar because I just like the smell of it, and he passed me a cigar, and when I puffed on it, it just tasted like a cigarette.
You brought two?
And it made me cough and book and didn't enjoy it at all. So no, I prefer the smell of a cigar, but I couldn't smoke one. So that's the tilly lamp. Now I think this mantle needs replacing, because see that on the back, that black shadow, that will not burn off that. So I think that's some sort of crud on there.
Mally says hello. I'm late for the party.
All right, Mally, thanks for tuning in.
Robert,
I love the smell of a cigar.
Robert Meekins says hi. See you are pumped up, mate.
So that's the tilly lamp. That's the anchor lamp. The anchor lamp wants pumping up. It's down to about 1.5 bars now. But yeah, can you hear it? That's the nice thing about a lamp, is the sound from it. So we got...
Colin says just serving Mag Elite while watching. Thanks for the inspiration, Vern. And Cod Nobler says they new glasses then.
What, my glasses?
I suppose so.
What, Cod Nobler? What, he's talking about my glass on my face?
I don't know, he just says they new glasses.
No, these glasses, 2013, 2012 I got these. I got made redundant at work around about then. And went and thought I'd get my eyes tested. And these are the same glasses. The bits on the nose have come off. And I sat on them as well. But yeah, now these are my best glasses, reading glasses. These glasses, these cost £1 out of Poundland. And yesterday, while I was welding up a gate, I took it off and it broke. So I've gaffer taped it.
You got that one or you got that chair down?
I'll have the coffee chair.
No, I'm alright in a minute.
Mally says you're gonna cook mince pies like your mate Graham.
No, I'm not. I ain't got any mince pies, Mally.
Loz says I am impressed with the amount of lighting so
Now this lamp was my brother's, like I said. Tilly used to do a chrome one and a red one, like a reddy orange colour. I'll tell you what, this garage is quite warm now with these lights on. So I've just took this off the chrome lamp.
I'll use this until then.
And you just put it back in the methylated spirits, even though it's hot, it's fine. Well, yeah, no, it's cold, so I've just let it cool down quite a lot. That can soak up the meths.
I'll just tell you now, if anything crawls on this floor, I'm gone.
I ain't got any spiders. So my daughter's gone because she's tired, and everything went without a hitch tonight for the first time ever. And
now.
but now we've got the wife with us,
And all could go wrong.
and if you could all not comment about her Yorkshire puddings because she don't know that about them.
Yeah. They'll know when you get.
So that's lit. Lid's back on, Kev. I'll put the lid back on, mate. So that well, believe you me, that is lit. So what I did with this lamp, it was red in colour, reddy orange colour. You know what? If you'd see Tilly lamps, you must know what. You've seen red ones and orangey red ones. And I'll just pump this one. I'm just giving it a. I'll do it in front of the camera, shall I? So it was red and it was chipped. So should have ordered a new rubber for this, a new leather thing. What's that comment, Pet? You're the reading comments out to me.
Ryan says best behaviour now, Ben. Mally says, wow, awesome, Karen. I bet you do a crackling Yorkshire pudding.
She don't, mate.
Don't listen to him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Can you hear the wife? It's that annoying sound in the background.
God, you're brave.
So,
Cod Nobbler says,
Cod
I've still
Nobbler.
got a reel of yours.
a what?
I've still got a reel of yours.
A reel of mine?
Don't know.
Don't know.
Colin Cook says, Abu 7,000? Question mark?
I'm either brave or stupid, Kev.
Be stupid.
LED lights are great, but on a cold winter's night, a Tilly is the best. They are. You're spot on. Tilly lamp is always nice to have. I mean, that is red hot. So we're heating this one up. So like I say, this was red or orange, whatever you want to call it. And it was all chipped, and I could see it was brass underneath. So I stripped the paint off, polished it up, and it's brass. So this one here, that works apparently. That's a gold one. So this one might be older. Could be newer, I don't know. But in the 80s, they used to make them in chrome and red. Don't know when they brought the gold one out. It could have been before or after. But that cost me a tenner. And how can you not buy that for a tenner? These lights cost £25 to £30. And this works as well. I've just got to put a mantle on it.
Nally says he can remember the piers and beaches full of Tillies back in the day. Kev Spencer says it's a bargain.
It is a bargain for a tenner, isn't it? So that's that lit as well. So I don't take this off. This is still lit and it's still producing a bit of flame up there. But that has heat and what I showed you up before, those 3 brass rods in there. And then it just vaporises and that's it. But again, that mantle is a bit crap. It's when you burn them in, when you put them on brand new and then you burn them in, it's pot luck to if they go really small or whether they stay quite large. So
Loz says, is there a safety valve in the case of over pressurising?
No, not in the Tilly lamp they're in. And there isn't one in that either. I don't think you can over pressurise them because one, your arm starts to ache and you get fed up. The anchor lamp does have a pressure gauge on it so you can actually see the pressure. But the anchor lamp, you pump up to 2 bar, which is a lot of pressure. So is Somerset in?
Said evening. He's late on parade, just finished work.
Alright Tony, thanks for tuning in, mate. Got the wife with me now. The daughter's gone inside because she's done quite a few lives now and she's feeling tired. So yeah, so that's the lights, but you can see that one.
Landlocked Sea Fishing said, any chance for shout out then?
Yeah, who landlocked? Rob? Yeah, I've been talking to Rob all night. Can you just quickly, can you see that the Tilly lamp isn't as bright as, let me just turn this light off. So you can see how bright that is to that. This one is like a warm yellow light, but then it could do with a new mantle. This is a brand new mantle, isn't it? It might just be the case of that. But that's a yellow light and this is a white light. And when my mate got the anchor lamp and I had the Tilly lamp, even though I was always chuffing my Tilly lamp, this was always brighter. So you just moved your rod nearer to Roger so that you had the lamp nearer to you. So yeah, it's all good.
Kev, I was then going to say the same, he's getting all romantic in his old age.
Yeah, if you can all go and who are in this live and whoever watches this video, if you can go to Rob's Landlocked Sea Fishing channel. He does a lot of inventory type stuff at the minute because obviously he can't go fishing because he's landlocked, hence the name of the channel. But if you can go to his channel, have a look at his channel, and if you like his channel, yeah, subscribe. Make sure you ring that bell for notifications though, because that's the main thing, and give him thumbs up. But yeah, he comes out with lots of good ideas and new things to try and stuff like that. So it's a good channel. It's good to watch. So yeah, if you want to go over there and pop and see it, go over there and you like it, subscribe. Also, there's my old mate Danny of Danny Shore Fishing. So pop over and see Danny's channel, give him a thumbs up. What? Yeah, I've got to talk about that yet. And go check Danny out. Danny ain't been out fishing lately because obviously where he likes to fish, he can go fish somewhere where he doesn't like to fish, but he don't like it. and so he don't go. And these lamps are making me hot. So yeah, go check out Danny Shore Fishing. Scott was in the chat a bit back, hardcore fisherman. I like Scott, he's a good lad, and he catches some good fish, and he loves his fishing, and he does other stuff as well, so you can follow him, do other stuff. He fixes a lot of push bites and stuff. But yeah, go check his channel out. There's many channels, isn't there? I like all the smaller channels, to be honest, and they're the ones. When I was a small channel, there's Somerset Beat Fishing Tony. How can I forget Tony? There's so many channels out there. If you look at some of my subscribers, especially the ones that are in this chat now, go check them out. It's Kev Spencer as well. Go check Kev Spencer out, because we need to have Kev starting doing videos again, because I like to hear someone with a Norfolk accent. I think I've lost a lot of my Norfolk accent. But Kev, when he goes fishing, he's only done 3 videos, I think. I've even watched Kev drive around in his sports car or whatever it is. It's got no roof on it. And yeah, because, you know, I thought I'll watch this because perhaps next week you might put a sea fishing video out, but you never did. So he swears a bit, but I don't think that's a problem. So yeah, go check them channels out. His 3 channels. Somerset's Beat Fishing Tony. Go check his channel. He's obviously down Bristol way and fishes down there, but he's a Lincolnshire lad, so move down there. Just press the subscribe button. Yeah, if you can subscribe to Rob's Landlocked, it'll be great. If you can subscribe to Danny Shore Fishing, it'll be great. Hardcore Fisherman, subscribe to Scott. He's sometimes suffer with mental health problems and stuff, but I've followed Scott since he was on probably 30 subscribers, and he's a nice lad. He's a good lad. His heart's totally in the right place. So yeah, some channels there. There's many other channels, but my head just goes to cheese because I'm from Norfolk, and that's what you get in Norfolk, it's the cheese. What I would like to say, you got that wine on? What I would like to say, does anybody on there watch Easy Fishing? I've watched Easy Fishing ever since I've Scott and Lewis from Hardcore Fishing are great people. They are. Scott and Lewis, yeah, they're brilliant people. I've watched Easy Fishing for a long time. He does mostly his fishing is 98% of his fishing is freshwater. He's done some sea fishing, and he was going to do more sea fishing videos, and he has got sea fishing videos on his channel. But bless him, a video kept coming up, and I kept flicking past it because I didn't recognise who the chap was, because he'd changed so much. And Easy Fishing is done by a chap called Bill, and Bill has now got cancer. Because of COVID, what we've been through, he's got pancreatic cancer, and I believe it's been missed through COVID. And he put his last video up there, and I would like, it would be good if you could go and just have a look at Bill's, even if you just look at his last video, bless him. You wouldn't recognise him. I didn't recognise the chap. It's such a shame that he's got cancer. He was there virtually in tears, saying this is my last fishing trip, and that sort of like bring tears to your eyes. And he was on a canal fishing. I think he caught a chub or something. I can't remember what it is because I don't know a lot about that fishing. And it was so upsetting to see Bill, from the chap that he was, quite a large frame chap, 6 months ago, to now he's literally on his last fishing trip with his son, and he was going into a hospice the next day, and he said in the video that I shan't be coming out. So it's such a shame. He has had 20-odd thousand views, 25,000 views when I last checked on that video. It's unbelievable. In a week it had something like 873 comments on that video. One of mine was a comment on that video. And what was really annoying was the fact that some people had disliked this video. I mean, there's the chap, he is passing away. There's not a lot of him left. He was fishing, he was doing what he loves. And
5 wonderful people.
6 people had disliked it. Now, one of them has been retracted, and there's still 5 dislikes. How can you dislike a video of somebody that is dying of cancer, and that's his last ever fishing trip? We all enjoy fishing, and we all like to fish, but that was his last fishing trip. And 5 ponds, bloody whatever Alex Belfield say, people at pond sucking,
Pond dwelling.
yeah, bastards, bloody dislike the video. I can't believe it. That was infuriating.
They are, Mally. I totally agree with you. There are some sick people there.
Now, I used to watch Bill's videos because he did a bit of freshwater, and I always wanted, and I will do some pike fishing and some fish that eat fish fishing. But I'd got a fishing rod, East Anglian Rod Company rod, a tipster. And I've got a video on my channel, and it's only a short video. I had it put on the, because I was talking to Bill and was asking Bill if he could please help me. My back's hot with these lamps. Because I was asking Bill what this rod was. He said to me, can you put, this is how nice Bill is, can you put a video up? He thought on Facebook, I didn't know how to do it then, but I did a video, filmed it, it's on my channel of my East Anglian tipster rod, and I only put it on there for Bill to see. I had loads of other comments of people telling me, because I didn't know what the rod was for, telling me what the rod was for, but I did it for Bill to tell me. And he told me he didn't have to take the time of telling me what that rod was for and that I should keep it because it's absolutely in pristine condition. But he did that, and that's the sort of person that Bill is. He's done a sea fishing video with his son on a pair, which was a good video. He also went on holiday to Norfolk and did some videos there, and he did some casting in a field. But he was going on doing a sea video, as in, got all silicone on there. He was doing a sea video, sea fishing, as in with cheap gear, and that you don't need to spend a fortune. And it was just a shame that I didn't recognise the chap, and yeah, it's not nice, is it? But I can't believe the people that went on there and disliked it. Why would you do that, Lisa?
Yeah.
I feel a pint rant.
No, I feel a joint rant with you coming on, Vern.
Yeah.
Those
I tell you what,
sorts of
Lisa,
people are sick.
mate, don't do it now because we're in my live. But when this is over, you know. But next time you're watching YouTube, after you finish watching me, please go put in easy fishing, and Bill's there. And if you go 4 videos back, you'll see what Bill was like. And it's a shame and it's upsetting, but it's also nice because he's actually enjoying himself doing what he wants to do. But yeah, so that's the lamps done. So that's still burning all right, isn't it? I'm going to turn these off now because I feel a bit of ingestion of paraffin fumes.
It's very creepy.
And I've got 3 lamps burning here. I am absolutely roasting. I've turned the heater off and I think I'm dying of paraffin fumes. So if you don't mind, I'm going to turn them off.
Can you just sign this bit of paper first, please? Just to say I get everything.
So to turn this off, I just undo this. Look. See this little thing here? What's that say? All right, Vern. Sorry, I'm... What's that? Elle's fishing. Vern, sorry I'm late joining now. Me and family just...
Watch the film.
Well, don't blame you, mate. Your family come first, Elle.
Mally said stop drinking at them.
What? The paraffin?
Yeah.
I'm not...
No, he's joking. He's drinking my glum and wine.
Right. So what you do is you undo this screw, and then I'll get covered in paraffin. This heat from this will just flame up, and I'll have a face like him out of Deadpool or whatever it is. Can you hear that? That's more paraffin fumes that I'm breathing in.
Can I just say that if you peg it now, I've got 96 witnesses.
Right. So that's that out. Put it up there above the wife.
Thanks.
You're meant to read the comments out for me. This one.
Earl's Fishing said you fixing a rod, mate.
Now I've done that. I've stripped the eyes off the rod, ready to rub it down to get it ready. So on these, you just have to undo the plunger.
Paul Dixon said, seen the video, mate, totally agree with you, it's very sobering.
Yeah,
it's very sad days.
I think what you need to do, I'm the sort of chap that always had to have a project. I've got an MG outside, I've got a camper van, you've seen the scooter, always doing something. What do you want me to do with the plug?
I'll plug it in.
Why?
Well, because I need it for my phone. Well, I can't reach over there.
Well, what do you want me to do?
What do you want me to do? Be Elastic
Well,
Girl?
that's it. Elastic Girl, are you for real? There's a plug up there.
Well, I don't...
Well, get up off a chair.
What, can I unplug anything?
Well, yeah, just unplug anything. No. There's that stuff down there, look.
No, that ain't come out.
So, yeah, what was I on about? Anyway, that's that one off. What was I talking about?
I don't know. I weren't listening to you.
Yeah, well, nothing new there. Can you hear the wife? Because I've got the wife now, and I'm not getting any comments because she's not as good as the daughter.
Oh.
A project. Oh, that's it. A project. Yeah. So I've always been in the mind of always doing a project. I've always had something on the go. You two sound like me and my missus. Yeah. Well, we've been together for nearly 40 years, and there ain't nothing wrong with us apart from we're fatter now. So yeah, always had a project, and then I hit 50, started fishing again, and I thought to myself, life's about actually doing stuff that you enjoy. And even though you enjoy working on a car, you know, it ain't as enjoyable as going fishing or going on holidays or going to the pub. So I'm now in the mindset, whereas I want to go to the pub, I want to go, you know, important things, go to the pub, I want to go fishing, I want to go on holiday with the wife and go fishing and, you know, do this, that and the other. I'll just turn...
Brian, we don't have domestics anymore.
Just turn this...
Just ignore him.
Turn that off. Let the pressure out.
Kev Spencer says you're being brave in front of his mates.
Can you hear the wife? Because that's that annoying sound in the background. Can you hear her?
Soft.
So anyhow, yeah. So I've just decided that life is short, and it weren't watching Easy Fishing video that made me think that at all. I'd already decided that, but it just cemented the fact that you should do things that you enjoy. You ain't got to go to the extent of always doing it, but we're not on this planet for long, are we? And when I go up to the Lake District, I always take a day out and we go to Morecambe and get some food and go around Jerry's Fishing. I've took you to the pub there. I took you to that carvery.
We take a day out and go for
Well, we don't take a day out.
Jerry's
Hello,
Fishing.
wife. Hello there. All right, Colin. Can you hear the wife? Start winding down, Vern. Life is too short. You're right, mate. So you've got to go out and enjoy yourself, haven't you? Because you're not here long. But every time I go to Jerry's Fishing, and Jerry is actually there, and you're talking about buying something, he says you're not here that long, are you? You'll soon be in the box. You might as well buy it. And he's a right bugger because you end up buying it. You start thinking like that, and you think, well, I'm going to buy that.
Well, the last time we went, I just said to you, for God's sake, just pick it up now and pay for it instead of wasting half an hour looking at it.
Right. So that's that done. That can go in there to be repaired. In here, I've got a spare lens for a tilly lamp.
Oh, Todd Nobler is off. He's got school running them on. I hope she gets on okay at school.
Thank you for tuning in, Cod Nobbler.
She'll be in her element seeing all her
Alan
friends.
Brown. You ever been to Wales or Devon, Vern? Yes, I have. I went to Devon on a school trip. Yeah. What are you laughing at?
I don't think he means going back to the dark ages. I think he means a bit more recent.
Well, I haven't, have I? He's asked if I've been to Wales or Devon. I've been to Devon on a school trip, and we went to Teignmouth, stopped in a hotel in Teignmouth to look on. It was a geography trip thing where you had to look at all the rocks and stuff. But yeah, we went over there. In fact, saw a cat that was 16-year-olds in this pub when you went over this brick bridge, this granite bridge or whatever. Anyhow, and to Princetown. So we've been to Devon, and I went to Wales with a wife twice. Been twice. First time was when we first met. We've been together for a year or so. We went and got a dirty, seedy hotel. It'd tell you.
Hotel?
Well, it was dirty. It weren't a hotel. Can they hear you? What are you laughing for?
Well, it weren't his hotel. It was a bloody...
Well, it was a B&B, but they'd divided all the rooms up in the hotel. So they gained probably 3 times as many rooms. And there was no water pressure in the baths, Molly. The wine's working. Anyhow, they'd divided all the rooms up, like I said. We got into this room, £7 a night, bed and breakfast. I couldn't believe it. And it was before you got to the mumbles. But you are right. Life is it is too short, Mark. Anyhow, £7 a night. We were there the whole time. Had a brilliant time. Saw Rambo. That's how long ago it was. I think was it Rambo 3 or 2?
God knows.
Whatever it was Rambo 2, I think, because I then took my mum to watch it. And that's another story. But yeah, I ended up getting dysentery. Not only did I have dysentery, I was being sick at the same time. Now, I just met the wife. I think I'd only been with her for a few months.
No, we've been together.
We haven't been together long. I'm not listening. We haven't been together long. They don't need to know whether it was 6 months or 8 months.
I think it was over a year, actually, but there you go.
Well, whatever. Anyhow, there I was with my young girl, and I was not knowing what end to come out first. At one point, I was on the toilet and I was being sick in the sink, which was right on top of my knees. That's how hammed in this bloody hotel was, this B&B. Anyhow, I obviously got sickness and diarrhea from that. I got food poisoning from this £7 a night. You'd think they'd have higher standards, wouldn't you? But anyhow, that passed, and the landlady was right nice to me after that. And but yeah, it was our first holiday away, so it didn't really matter, apart from that 2 days of me being ill and the wife having to go out and get me stuff. Too much information, Vern. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's just the way I am. If I know it, I'll tell you. So, where's my drink? Yeah, so they're the 2 times I've been to Devon and Wales. So, that goes on here.
Donna Rice says Swingers Hotel for £7 a night. I think you're
I'll
right.
tell you what, it was terrible.
Yeah.
It was terrible. You could hear everybody around us, and you didn't need to have a telephone. You just, the walls were that thin.
You didn't need to put a glass up.
You sure you wasn't a hostel? No, it weren't a hostel, Colin.
It was just a...
It was on the. I'll tell you what. It was on the seafront.
Tiny step up from a hostel.
What was that? It was at Swansea. It was at Swansea, and as you go down the seafront, I think the next place is called the Mumbles or something. Sorry, Vern. I can't stop laughing there. Steve Pudden. Oh, it's terrible. Can you imagine being with your dolly?
Mally says the Black Death was rampant them days.
I was with me girlfriend, who's now my wife, and there I was being ill. It was terrible.
Loz says you got your money's worth then, Ben.
Cheap at
Ian
£7.
says,
When I went to
honestly don't know how
Germany,
you got
when I went to Germany on the motorbike, we got digs there for €13. We were in God, what was that place called? Started with an M.
I didn't go, so I don't know.
Oh, I don't know what it's called. Start with an M. It's in Germany. There aren't many places start with an M in Germany. Anyhow, it was €13 a night, and they had their own wine cellar with great big huge barrels in the where we parked the motorbikes. It was good, but you had to share a bath, a toilet, and a shower on the same landing with all the other rooms. But you couldn't argue for 13. We were out on the bikes all day, and then we were in the bar in the pub at night. Not in the bar. We were in the pub. So.
Kev, I tell myself that every day.
Was it a good breakfast? I can't remember if it was. Was it a good breakfast, Pet?
No, it was dire.
Well, it gave me food poisoning, didn't it? Kev, I tell myself that every day. When you talk, does it write?
No,
Oh,
I was right.
do you have to? You've done. She's writing on her phone with a glass of wine. Had you been eating bacon and egg off a shovel? I tell you what. No, you won't get food poisoning off that. That shovel washed up the net. Well, I washed it up 2 days later because I forgot about it. But it all come off. It just flew off, and I burnt all the paint off. It's only mild steel, but it all come off. And then I took it back out there and heated it up so it was really hot, and oiled it. And I've wrapped it in tinfoil, ready for the next fry up.
Chelsea must have enjoyed it because she said, "Is Dad not cooking bacon tonight?" I thought that's what I had bacon for in the fridge.
Well, I can cook bacon.
No, you're right. She's gone out now. Well, she's gone for a walk.
Gone for a walk?
Yeah.
She never goes for a walk. Anyhow, all my... What's that? You're meant to be telling me...
Just press the subscribe button for you, mate. Thank you, Daniel.
Just press the subscribe button for me. Thank you, Daniel. Why didn't you subscribe before? Do you know, I get loads of people... Well, I don't get loads of people. I get...
Yes, Karen's Yorkie Puds then.
It reminds me of a B&B I stayed in at. Stayed in at Blackpool. And I greeted. I've been to Blackpool as well. I've been everywhere. I've been all over.
Les, you were very lucky to get a bed and breakfast at Blackpool because I had to sleep in the car because we were too tight to go and get a Blackpool bed and breakfast.
We didn't go to Blackpool. We went, I'd just met the wife.
No, I was pregnant with Chelsea.
Oh, right, are you?
Just met me.
Well, I just met her. It's only a few years. Anyhow, what had happened was we decided we'd go to Lake District. That was our first ever time we went to Lake District. And we went for the day. So it was a bit of a rush. So we left early in the morning, got to Lake District, drove around, had a nice time. And then we thought we'll see the lights at Blackpool. So we went and saw the lights at Blackpool and didn't think much to it because like we were only young, like they're lights, aren't they? And we weren't bothered. And we were looking for a B&B and it got later and later and I was like, we ain't going to get long in the bed, are we? Because it was like 11:30, 12 o'clock. So I said, I know. Let's sleep in the car. We hadn't slept in the car before. Let's sleep in the car. So anyhow, we slept in the car outside a B&B in Blackpool. It was bloody freezing, weren't it?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. So, we got up early again that morning for some reason and drove home. Right, what do you want to see now?
Hang on. Right, so, Gunneroy says, was it Munster in Germany?
No, it weren't. No, it was on the Moselle River. I think it's the Moselle, isn't it? Was it the Moselle?
I don't know. Landlock says, there's no wonder you stocked up on toilet rolls now.
Yeah, well. Went and stopped at Garmisch, on the Austrian border in Germany as well.
Andrew Jones says it's just because you're too tight. I totally agree with
Oban is now my home, and yes, it's stunning.
Mudskipper says
That must be nice. Can I have a look at the rod you fixed, please? I missed it. All I've done is, I've took the eyes off because it's to do a live while you're doing a fishing rod. You know, you aren't concentrating on the fishing rod, are you? I stabbed myself in the thumb. So what I've done is I've took the eyes off. I'm going to glue the tip eye on next, and then I'll take the last eye off, and then I'm going to sand the rod and varnish it. After I've sanded it, I'll do another live after I've done the next stage, which is sand it. I'll do a little bit of sanding in that, and then clean it all and put it in my rod thing. But I'll have to do that possibly earlier in the day, so obviously when I varnish it, it don't bloom.
Daniel says, does the bike start?
What, the motorbike? No, I've got to get the carbs cleaned. But yeah, I've got a...
There you go, Alan. I'll give you a wave.
Is Alan back?
Alan Brown.
Oh, right.
Elle says, no worries. What varnish are you going to use? Fisherholic says,
varnish?
In a couple of weeks, but I've never caught a ray before and I'm after.
That's the varnish I use. I saw that. There was some chap doing a rod, and it was like a camouflage rod, or all shiny colours, and so it ain't my cup of tea. I like a traditional type rod with nice colours that match. But it done a good job. Really good at what he does. But he used this Bonder seal, and this is a high gloss seal for wood, metal and brick. So I couldn't believe it. But this is what Steve used, Steve Pudney. He uses this as well, because he said to me, make sure you get some Bonder seal, and I'd already got it. It's 20 odd quid. When you take the cap off, when you put it back on, which obviously I didn't do because I can't get it off, you need to wipe the lid with some panel wipe or something to make sure. What's that say? Grandstand for doing floors works and treat. If you're doing a live next Wednesday night. Are you doing a live? Possibly, yeah. Or I've got some videos now, if Tom can edit them for me. Please, Tom.
Says, Vern, you can't drink beer and wine at the same time. It's not normal. He's not normal.
I'm not normal.
No.
I'm getting it.
Suspicion says, I'm after some of that myself, mate. I've heard good things about it.
Yeah, no, that's what you want. And I put it on with...
Steve Pudney says, use meths to clean the top of the can.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Fisherholic says, I tried to search for you on here and couldn't find you. Do you upload videos?
Fisherholic?
Yeah.
Yeah, Verns Sea Fishing. Stick it in. You need, I use these. Do you use these, Steve? I'm going to tear this in a minute.
No, don't tear it because then you'll be moaning.
Oh, that's what that stick is in the thing. I use these for putting the Bonder seal on, is that right?
Ben Fishing, give me a ping if you need any bait, mate. Freezer full of Maggie's.
Oh, Ben Fishing, freezer full of Maggie's.
Freezer.
Oh, thank you very much.
Show us your bite, Daniel.
Yeah, I will heat the top up, yeah. But yeah, I put the Bonder seal on with these spongy things. I've already done one, it's alright. I've also got these cheap old brushes as well for putting the high build on.
Where and how can I get hold of you, Fisherholic?
Just go on Facebook and put in Verns Sea, because apparently I couldn't have Verns Sea Fishing, but put in Verns Sea and I'm on Facebook, and you can talk to me on Messenger. Watch your feet,
Andrew Jones says 100% the best YouTuber in the UK. Keep it coming, Ben.
Oh, I don't know about that. Don't feel as I'm the best YouTuber. Thank you very much. That's very kind for you to say that. But I don't like just to have a chin wag and, well, that's what I'm doing now. But I like to do something. But what do you want to see now?
Elle says, is that a 1 litre can you have?
500 ml.
Steve says you want flat brushes for a high build, but not round ones, much easier to use.
I'll get some flat brushes. But yeah, that's it. Bonder seal clear. If you just stick it in on Google, it'll come up. But there's gallons in that'll last you. That'll see me in my box. You know, I'll be dead. I'll still have that.
Daniel Daniel Jones says show us your bike. He wants to see
Show
your
us
bike.
my bike.
Third time we're saying show us your bike.
I'm doing it. I'm getting there. I'm getting there.
He has to move everything first.
I'll just show the back end of it.
Elle says, cheers pal, $18.99 on eBay, gonna get some, cheers.
It's absolutely brilliant stuff. That's my motorbike.
Oh, are we buffering, Stephen?
No, I don't think so.
Not on my phone, we're not, no.
We want you to make Yorkshire puddings. Well, I'll get the wife to make them. Right, that's the motorbike.
Oh, you don't want to try mine, not when they're so horrid.
So that's a ZX7R. Get that off there. Let me put that back up here. Right, sorry about that. I'm a bit of an amateur. Right.
Thank you, Andrew.
So that's the bike. Can you see that?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. Kawasaki Ninja. ZX7R. I'm not ever getting rid of that. This bike is now going up in value. I bought that for 3,200, I think, and when I was gonna sell it, when I was getting told to sell it, not by the wife.
Kev Spencer says it's got a tax sticker on it. Is that the
Yeah.
last time you used it?
Yeah, 30th of the 9th, 06. So, thanks for that, Kev. I didn't realise that. Yeah, 06 I parked that up, and that's why the carbs are bloody stuck and jammed. But yeah, no. But it's a beautiful bike. I've been to Germany. I've been to Austria on that, and obviously that was in the days when I was a bit younger. But it was comfy. There was stuff because I was used to riding it. You didn't need to have a sit up and beg bike. You have a bike that you enjoy. But yeah, no, it's an absolutely beautiful machine. And like I was saying, it was about selling for about 1,200 quid, 900 quid they were selling for. But they're going up in value now, so it's sat there. It's probably earning more money there than money in your building society.
Fisherholic's not on Facebook, so you'll need time just to go to your YouTube channel.
Go to my YouTube channel and do what?
He's asked you how to get hold of him. You're doing your Facebook thing, and he wants to know how to get hold of you. He's not on Facebook.
Can't you go on Facebook?
He's not on Facebook. Go on to YouTube, Fisherholic, and just put in Verns Fishing, and he'll come up.
Yeah. Well, he's on YouTube now, you pillock.
Yeah, but he can't. Oh, I don't know. Anyway,
Who is that, Fisherholic?
yeah.
Are you not on Facebook then? Right, what's that comment? I sent you...
Alan Brown, I sent you a Yorkshire pudding recipe on Messenger. Give it a go.
Right. Remember these leads from last week?
Oliver said, did you have hair then, Ben?
Yeah, I did have hair then, yeah. I used to have curly hair. And I look quite suave. Quite suave enough to attract the wife, anyhow. Even with these ears. Anyhow,
some bugger's got to have him.
do you remember these from last week and the other week before when I deleted it? My wife's Yorkshire pudding leads. Right?
It's so funny.
Because, you know, that's what they are. I weighed how much lead I've got, and I've got 40 kilos exactly of, well, not exactly, just over, but I've got 40 kilos of lead to make fishing weights.
Kev Spencer said, I realised I was getting old and sold my Ninja. I'll stick with my Westfield with 4 wheels.
Yeah, that's it. I've seen that. It's a nice car. So yeah, here's my lead. Look. All right. When I go down near the floor, it buffers. So anyway, you can't see the lead. Anyway, lead said, I think Uban and Fisherholic are trying to get in touch with each other.
Oh
Oh, right.
It's fine.
See, you listen to the wife and you get led astray, don't you? You seen that stuff down there?
Yeah. You've obviously spilt something and not cleaned it up.
I might have done because there is some dripping down that metal. What do you want to see now? Do you want to see anything? I bought this for that lamp up there, and I bought it because it was cheap. But it's frosted. I knew it was frosted, but I wasn't putting a £20 light in the anchor lamp for it to blow, so I bought this. This was only a tenner. But since then, I found the ones at a £5. But I figured with the frosted one, it'll give off some light, but it won't dazzle you. And summertime, when it's getting dark and we're still out there by the table, having a beer and wine during summertime, we'll be able to have the anchor lamp. What's the matter?
I better switch the plug on.
No, you won't. No.
That's it. It's just vibrating. Gunneroy says Riggs. Pat O'Malley says bring back Tanisha. Thanks, Pat.
See, why I think it's a good issue because the daughter always calls everything out, and the wife is.
Stephen Forster says Vern the old rocker. O'Malley says show us your bank balance.
I ain't got a bank balance.
Kev Spencer says can I see your river dance?
No, I don't dance. Oh, my river dance. What is this about my dancing at the river? Everyone keeps saying I dance about.
That's because you
But
get so excited when you get a fish.
I just get a bit excited, don't I? But I'll tell you what though, with that, if I don't see that fish coming up in the water and you see the white of the fish in the water, I don't get excited. And I was fishing at Sutton and I was thinking, I'm not getting excited about catching these dabs. Why is that? And that's because I couldn't see the fish as they were coming in.
Fishing squad, sorry, just jumping in. I'm from Doncaster, did about 12 sessions at Umber Bank. One winter, your success there reminds me of mine, except I've never got a cod. Lol. Caught everything but.
Who said that?
Fishing Squad UK.
Fishing Squad UK. I've caught a codlin at the Humber. I've caught lots of little ones, but I did catch a 60 centimetre one. I was quite chuffed with that one.
Gunneroy says you're like a kid in a candy shop.
Yeah, I get a bit excited. So what do you want to see?
Might see you down there next winter. That's for Fishing Squad.
What do you want to... Night, see you.
Down there next time.
Yeah.
Next winter. Yeah.
Not a problem. If you see my van, if you watch my channel, you know what my van, just come up. I'll talk to you.
It's quite warm in here, isn't it?
Well, yeah, because them lamps have been on.
It's not cold outside.
It is. Well, I think it is.
No, the wind's died down and it's not.
How many's in the live now?
102.
102.
I know, can you believe it's 102?
How many lights have I got?
I don't know, hang on.
Thank you to everyone that's watching. I mean...
Oh, hang on. Well, mine says 81, but it might be different from that now. But you have got your one dislike.
Have I got me dislike?
Just 2 more to go, and then you got your 3.
Yeah, just need 2 more dislikes and then I've got me 3. What's that say?
What flooring do you do, Ben?
I used to do floor. I don't do flooring anymore. Well, I do for my property maintenance that I do for the people that I do it for. But I only fit carpet, and when I feel like fitting it. If my main boss says to me he wants carpet, and I can't talk him into washing it, then obviously I have to fit the carpet. And I just do carpets now. I have done safety flooring and vinyl, and obviously in your kitchen, bathroom, but just mainly carpets really. My knees hurt a bit as I've got older because I got into it late in life. My knees sometimes hurt and it's painful, so it takes me a bit longer than a normal carpet fitted to fit, but then I fit it properly in my opinion. I don't just stretch it off 2 walls and I'm in and out in 30 minutes. I actually stretch the carpet in the right pattern so that if you've got a pattern carpet or something, you don't pull it out of it. The pattern of the carpet keeps true. and your carpet. I'll tell you what, if you get a carpet fitter and he comes in your house and he hooks it on one wall and goes to the opposite wall and kicks it in and then kicks the other 2 walls in, and he's in and out in 20 minutes, that carpet isn't fitted properly. And you want to go into the middle of your room and get hold of the pile on your carpet and pull it up. And if it don't ping down instantly, then that carpet isn't under enough tension. And what you'll see is when you start hoovering, maybe straight away or after a few days, you'll see a bow wave. So as you're pushing your hoover along on your carpet, you'll see a bow wave on the carpet. And your carpet's not stretched to the floor, so your carpet won't wear properly and it's just crap. It's hard work to hoover and your carpet don't wear properly. And that's what tends to happen is if they're in and out. So I stretch it off on different walls and do cross stretches to make sure I've got it under tension before I kick it in. Obviously it takes longer and you're on your knees longer. I do wood, sports centres, churches, gym, etc. And my knees are shot as well. Well, I was getting into doing school work, putting down safety flooring on DPMs and stuff like that, but that all fell by the wayside. And then in 2008, 2010 there was a recession and it just dried up and I just binned it all off. At the same time, was that when Mum passed?
Yeah.
At the same time my Mum passed away and things all changed. I had nowhere for carpets and I had to just stop selling carpets and getting a living from it, because obviously I sell carpets from home. So move your knee, really.
Alan Brown says, have you ever thought about getting a boat?
We had a boat once on the Broads.
I think he means a fishing boat.
We never fished out of it though.
And what
We
year
did
was that?
Well, that was in the 80s.
Back in the day?
That was near is it not Stiffgate? What's
Wells?
that? No, what's that windmill on the Acle Strait? Starts with an A. Anyhow, it was off the Acle Strait on the Broads there. We had a 16-foot fiberglass boat and we slept on it one night and it was bloody freezing. Never been so cold, apart from when I slept in Blackpool with the wife.
Oh, and then there was the time we slept at Yarmouth in the car.
Yeah, we slept at
Yeah,
Yarmouth
that
in the
was
car.
cold.
That was cold as well.
Yeah.
You need like a... You sound like a proper tradesman. I am a trade. I'm a welder by trade. By trade, I'm a welder fitter. I was a fitter at a factory for 20 years, and I'm a welder by trade. But whilst I was working at the factory, I did a load of carpet courses, and I actually went away and learned how to fit carpets. Up to an intermediate stage of fitting carpets, so I can sew carpet for a proper bull nose on a stair. And there's all sorts of things. I'm not good here saying what I can and can't do because I've probably forgotten most of it now. But yeah, so I learned how to do carpets to then supply carpets because my mate in Yarmouth put me on to that and taught me how to do it and showed me how to do it. And in matter of fact, that's Mark Appleton Flooring. That's my mate Marky who comments on my channel. That was his company. He's had all different companies flooring.
Andrew Jones has messaged you. Do you want to read? When you go down to Wales next, I've arranged for you to go on Darren Ryan's seal.
When you're down Wales next, I have arranged for you to go on Darren Verns charters, mate. Thank you very much. And it's free, but what's the but, Andrew?
Maybe you have to live there forever.
But am I going to get captured or put in a crab pot?
Fed to the seals.
And fed to the crabs. Right, what do you want me to do? Do you want me to...
You should keep a couple of cheap sleeping bags in the car, mate. Don't give him any ideas, please.
I'll tell you what I have got now. Just before Christmas, my van bloody broke down again. Cost me another 500 quid.
Andrew Jones.
Oh, mate, I meant. Yeah. Anyhow, my van broke down. I was in my van for 6 hours, freezing my I was frozen to the bone, and I couldn't go in the lady's house. She kept saying to me, come in the house, but I wouldn't go in the house because she's in her 80s and this COVID, and I weren't having any of that. So from that point, I've now got an airbed mattress in the van, and I've got a sleeping bag in the van, so that if it ever happens again, I ain't going to get cold. But I then realised that at a weekend now, when I go up to Holderness Coast, if I go on a Friday to go fishing, I shall drive up there, fish it on the Friday, find somewhere to sleep in the back of the van, in my mattress, on my mattress and in my sleeping bag, and then Saturday fish there as well. Because it's not a long way, but it does take a long while in hours to get to there. And depending on which way you go. If you go up to Hornsey way, it's quicker, I think. Or it used to be. I used to get to Hornsey in an hour and 10 minutes, but obviously you can't now because they've reduced all the speed limits down to 30s and 40s. So I'm going to go up to that way, Hornsey, Filey, fish there, sleep the night, and then go down to Hillston or Tunstall and fish there, or Easington, Kilnsey, and fish there, and then come home. So then I get 2 videos on a long session. The wife will be happy because I won't be in the house, and she'll have the old she'll have my remote, so she'll be in charge of the remote.
You bought remote.
There's your wine there, Don.
Gunnery says the best saying, what I know will fill a library, what I don't know will fill a book.
Yeah.
Don't you want any more?
No, you can have that. I've got like a doll. What do you want me to do now? What was that?
I don't know because I'm pouring wine.
Can't wait till you both come to my neck of the woods. I'll come to see you both. Well, we'll have to make sure that you can come and see us when you're in working, Steve. Because last time, we just went live at Parton Beach.
Well,
And just,
we
tried to go live and cocked that up. And then we actually did go live when Tom told us how to go live. And you was one of the first people to say hello and bloody hell, what you up to? Show us inside your
box.
There's a good. No, I did inside my tackle box, and it didn't get put in one of my videos. So good one. Right. Right. Let's put this here.
Have you ever fished Albury in Suffolk?
No, I haven't. I've been told about Albury in Suffolk.
Place to fish in Wales.
Closest I've got to Suffolk and in Suffolk is Hopton. I think I might have fished Lowestoft, but I can't admit to it. So.
Welcome to join us. Bring a kipping bag. Alan Brown, I have retired now and I have converted my transit to a day van ready for fishing.
Well, we've got a camper van, but it's far easier to put your gear in the van, sleep in the van, because obviously in a camper van you got your 3/4 rock and roll bed, haven't you? And where'd you put your fishing rods? There's no room in there to put fishing rods because it's a camper van. So
you can put them up top.
No, you can't because there ain't enough room. No, there ain't enough room. So we've got a camper van, but I'll take the day off, mate. Brilliant, mate. Yeah, brilliant, Stephen.
You don't
Call it a day.
Suffolk,
you don't want to be going to Suffolk, boy. No, you're right. I mean, to anybody that don't know, and this isn't being funny or anything, but if you're in Norfolk, I don't know what they call Norfolk people, probably idiots, but we always refer to Suffolk as silly Suffolk. But it's just something you're brought up with. That don't mean that people in Suffolk are silly. I wouldn't even say that. Well, I have just said it, haven't I? But you know, it's just one of them things.
So
Norfolk, it's Aldeburgh. That's just Norfolk saying. Yeah, Aldeburgh is the Chesil, full of promise, breaks as many. Yeah. Who said that, Pet?
Colin Day.
Colin Day. Are you from Suffolk then, Colin? So anyhow, I bought this box. And I bought it with a tray. And that's it. That's all I paid for. And they sent me one of these seats. And I didn't really want it, but I'm chuffed to bits with it. And I'll tell you why.
Gunneroy says, I used a plumber's box on top of the van for rods, lot of all as well. Colin Day says, no fish there a lot. I'm from Cambridge.
I used to go to Cambridge to get bits for my scooter from a company in Cambridge. I can't remember what they're called now because it was so long ago. But we used to go to Cambridge quite a bit to go get bits from there. Right, let me just move this. I'm hoping. Right. Can you see? Is that good enough seeing in that box?
Yeah, you can see it. You can see it better than before.
Orford Island is the best beach in Suffolk, Christopher. Orford Island, I've never heard of that. Right, I'll tell you what I'll do.
Well,
Oh, I was looking for that. I asked Chelsea where that was.
because she's going to know where it
No,
is.
she didn't have a clue. She didn't have.
Gunneroy says yes.
She didn't have the foggiest where it was, Pet.
No, I'm not surprised.
Wasted conversation, really. Right.
Essex, Farringdon and Fishing.
Right.
Are you trying a few places in Suffolk this year?
I don't know. I want to go up Yorkshire way.
Essex and Farringdon and Fishing say they'll be trying
Oh,
a few
right.
places in Suffolk this year.
They're in Suffolk. Well, I will definitely be going down to Norfolk. I'm hoping that Danny is when all this COVID finished, because Danny was on about coming up and fishing up here, and I'm looking forward to that. And last year me and the wife were gonna go down and fish down on the south coast. I ain't fussed about going to Chesil, but fish somewhere down there. It'd be nice to catch a place. Right, so I've got a tray. This tray, what I did was, I had some Perspex. Well, it ain't called Perspex. Well, it might be called Perspex. Perspex plastic. And I've stuck it in, but then the glue, because of the... Is that Danny?
Danny says, been
a long time coming. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, Danny. It'll be nice. Welcome to Verns Fishing.
Steam Elements. You know who that is.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, plastic. Obviously, it's made with oil, isn't it? And oil comes out of plastic, so you can glue stuff and it'll take, and then all of a sudden it'll not be biting into it. So I ended up having to silicone it. So, Caister, Fishing, Wales. Is it Caister?
Yeah.
So
Fish and Wales, Wales.
I divided this up into bits. So I've got scissors.
Gunneroy says, North, there's loads of caravan sites near the coast.
Got 2 pairs of scissors because I went once and the bit in the middle broke and I didn't have any scissors and I was absolutely scuppered. So I've got scissors. I've got forceps for taking the hooks out of dabs through the gill. I've got some nail clippers, but don't ever use them. I've got these in case I get a hook on my finger so I can push it through and then cut it off. Hopefully they're still sharp, but I expect I'll be there chuntering away in pain, trying to hack through a hook and it won't bloody hook go through.
Time to be sorting it out.
I've got these pliers. When I got them, they're crap. They're mustard pliers. They're very light and they're aluminium. They've got cutters on there, but those cutters are held in with a little tiny Phillips screw. And when you use them cutters, because the handles are air, you ain't got much purchase on them, or you ain't when you're 52 and you're losing your strength. They don't cut anything. But what they are good for, these, absolutely fantastic for, is for taking hooks out of fish's mouths. You know, like the odd occasion I've caught a ray, like twice. These have pulled the hook out. These have pulled the hook out fantastic. And they're light, and you can just chuck them in your pocket. Fine. This, recommend that for sharpening your knives. Don't know if you can focus on that brand.
No, not really. What does it say? Oh, no, well, you can see the red. And
It says,
on it.
I can't read it. Tiger or something. Anyhow, it's got a steel in the top and it's got ceramics and it's just for sharpening your knife. You can see it in there. Absolutely fantastic. If you put an edge on your knife with a proper sharpening stone like this here, I've got one of these, and what you do is you put your blade in this and clamp it down, and then you have a metal rod come up here, and it's got a rod come through here with a stone on it, and you just keep pushing it through so you can set the blade to the angle that you're pushing on and it don't move. So you can put an edge on your knife. Once you've done that, this thing sharpens your knife up in seconds. Are people still there, Dom?
You've got 99.
Hook from a tripod. Box of bits. All the bits you could get, clips, swivels, rotten bottoms, beads, all sorts of things, just so that you can, if you're scuppered. Do I use it very often? No. Because I take all my rigs already tied, and I've got copious amounts of rigs, so if 100 watch and 100 likes, brilliant. So, but I always have this. When I was at Salton Bay, I used one of these breakaway rotten bottoms and cast it out and the weight flew off. So it works, the rotten bottoms from breakaway, but they aren't good because they're meant to bring the weight back and only break it off when they get snapped. So I use these Gemini ones now. So yeah, so a good box of bits. I've got some good rigs from Somerset Beach Fishing Tony, yeah, so I've got some spare rigs in there. Got me lighter. Got me overnight parking pass so I can fish in 6 places on the Lincolnshire coast, from Hut Off down to 6 Marshes. But because my van is 20mm too tall, I can't use it. But I still get the thing anyhow, because that makes them send it out to me. And so I've got that in there. This is one of them stones on that machine that I just told you about. But I just take this to sharpen nooks, put a new sharp point. Bait elastic, only buy that bait elastic, I wouldn't buy any other. I bought 6 of these for about £1.50 off eBay, and it is absolute crap. It's just snaps. Because they've pre-stretched it, there isn't a lot of stretch left in it, so if you do too much, all fishermen
and women are the same, mate. Loads of gear and 1 or 2 big bullets.
Yeah.
Gunneroy says
bait and hook.
Own rotten bottoms.
So
let your tyres down if the van too tall, mate.
yeah, well, they've even had idiots go there measuring your van. So I've got 2 reels in there. I keep them in these breakaway bags. It's a pen spin fisher. You've seen it on my videos. They're my go-to reel for fixed spill anyhow. So got 2 of them. I've got 2 hand warmers.
Have they got the proper
Zipper hand warmer, and I've put new elements on them as well. I've got a tin of fluid. Gloves. More of these things, but I don't think I'll ever need them. Measuring stick. All the fish measured sizes on it.
use it?
Yeah. Got 2 of these in case. I always have 2 because if I ever see someone on the beach and they ain't got one and they're bludgeoning a fish to death, I'd just go give them this and say, yeah, take that, mate, and keep it and learn something. And then I'd go buy another one. But I mean, they aren't expensive. They're about £5, but I don't really want to keep giving them away. But I've never given one away yet, because every time I go to a beach, not that I'm a tightwad, but every time I go to, what are you laughing at?
Well, you.
Every time I go to a beach, I'm always seems to be on a beach with no one around me. Tritronics, it's a latex type elastic. Yeah, I've seen the Tronics. I haven't tried that yet. I'll give it a go. This, see this here? That was my original bait elastic, and that's the spool left. And that was from 17 years ago, and I only finished using that last year.
And
So,
you kept the spool?
Yeah, I kept the spool because of sentimental reasons.
It's a bloody spool.
Yeah, so that was 17 years old. I finished using it last year, and then I went and bought that in Over.
Don't throw anything away. You need to start throwing stuff away.
Rig wallets. I've got big ones as well, but I just use these little ones now. They just fit in better. And what I've done is, these ones here. So, this side, that's the middle. This side, they're all got breakaway proper pulleys on. So these are all the pulley droppers. So I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 breakaway proper pulleys. 6 pulley droppers, and then this side I've got 6 scratching rigs. Some with sea glow beads on. I don't use them now, to be honest.
Wants to know, where did you get the element for your hand warmer?
They're on Amazon. They're only £4, some at £5. I tell you what, I'll show you. So that's that rig wallet. That was the element, the original one. But it just weren't heating up, and I couldn't ever light it, and I was getting frustrated and moaning a bit.
For a change.
And then on this one here, Loz,
I need to take this off.
this is the new one. So they're changed. They made them cheaper, really. So whereas that went all the way around, it's now like that. It's just straight and flat. And I fill it up with with a bit, because you can have a fill 'em, and just light it. And that's why I've got. That's why I've got my lighter for lighting that, because you see that how hot that's getting that. And that's obviously ain't going to light because there's no fuel in it, but you saw that glowing. And once that's full with lighter fluid, and you heat it up with this lighter, brilliant. And I've got 2, so I have 1 in each pocket, because obviously I've got 2 hands.
Loz says I have same trouble.
Yeah, you can buy a new element. Once you buy the element, they're fine. That spool of elastic must have been the size of a toilet. No, I never used a lot. I always used to fish. In the 15, 17 years ago, I was always fishing with mackerel and squid, because never could get any worms. In this rig wallet, from the middle, that way, in these 3, 6 here again, I've tied them all with a Gemini pulley bead. And these are pulley pennel, just pulley rigs, with obviously a pennel hook. So I've got 6 of them. So I go, and then in this side, I've got more scratching rigs. And these are mostly 1 up, 1 down flappers, because I have had so much success with them. If you see them with this green or blue tubing on, it's a 1 up, 1 down. I put the green tubing on the bottom rig so that it don't get hooked round the weight and snagged up. What was that comment, Pet? You're not doing your job. That's what I use.
That's what I use, old CD cases.
CD cases caster. This is a This is 17, 18 years old, this one. This one's 2 years old. See, I like mustard because I like the blue.
Still got CDs in your CD case.
Oh, right, yeah. I've still got CDs. So, yeah, so I have one rig wallet, one side, pulley rigs. The other rig wallet's got pulley droppers, and then I have a mixture of scratching rigs, all different size hooks from size 6, size 4, size 2, up to size 1.
Michael Simpson says good for opening bottles too.
Yeah. Shot leader. Cups for my tripod. I have a short knife. Don't really use a knife much now. I'm always using scissors because it's easy to cut squid with scissors. Unless I've got a fish, then obviously you need a knife. So I've got this short one, and then I've got the one that my mum bought me, which is obviously longer. And my mum bought me that in 1981, 82. And yeah, I've still got that. Won't ever get rid of that. And then what I do is, can you see? Now I ain't got an 8-track. I used to drive around in a car with an 8 and a 4-track. So what I've got here, if you can see, I've got my 2 reels. I've got a Tupperware box here, full of weights. Now this weight here come from Case to Tackle, and if you watch some of the videos I talk about Case to Tackle, he sells loads of weight moulds, and he sells all sorts of moulds for lead weights, for boats, to sea fishing off the beach, swivels, jig heads, moulds for jig heads, moulds for making squiggly worms and stuff out of silicon and all sorts of stuff. You name it. Just go along to Case to Tackle. I never knew they were there. And they're in Lincolnshire. He posts everywhere. He's ever so nice bloke. His name is Mike. Phone him up. If you can't see something or you want some advice, phone him up. His name is Mike. And ask him. But yeah, Case to Tackle. So that weight come from there.
Les Edwards says, where's your headlamp?
I'll get you that in a minute. So yeah, I've got all sorts of weights. I think these weights are absolutely top notch. When I cast these in on a clean sandy beach, they grip that hard, it's a right struggle pulling them out. I've got a plastic bag in there, so you can see I've got my weights there, 2 reels, measure. I've got me board there for videoing. Because on my old camera before the GoPro, I had to put the takes down so Tom knew what one come in what order, but you don't have to on the GoPro. These gloves, I've just got to sort them out. And rigs. And then I can get my flask in there. Sandwiches if I'm going on the beach, you name it. Right, my light.
We could actually take the tent with us and go on the beach and do it overnight.
Let me just get me
Make
light.
some fire.
Who wanted to know about my light? Les. Right.
Landlocked says, what bivvy do you use?
Bivvy.
Have I got to move?
Beach shelter. It's not a bivvy. Right. No, it ain't. Because we're sea fishermen on there, aren't we?
Yeah, but still something.
I've got this one. It's the IMAX. It's the exact same one as what Graham Pullen's got, that he got off someone that was renting his house. But I bought this one. It's a good shelter. It's probably not as good as the Igloo, but then it's a little bit lighter. Is that travelling light?
But how you still go on Vern Magic?
Who's that?
Stephen Silwood.
Yeah, I'm still going, mate. Yeah.
Mr. Fish and Wales,
Your
is that
box
travelling
looks very
light?
tidy. You should see our 2 boxes. They're in a right state, Lisa. Yeah, it is tidy. I ain't anal or anything. It's just...
Lisa, I don't let him in the house. He has to live in the garage. So
yeah, this is the beach shelter I got. I think it was £65, which was the cheapest one. It's pretty good. So I was brought up to fish without a beach shelter. These beach shelters are all new, aren't they? And
Well,
no,
that's
I've got it
that's
on.
not
I've got
true.
this stuff on air.
That's not true.
That's not out the freezer, is it?
Because you didn't have a bee shelter because they used to be...
I know what that is.
Shut up.
I know what that is on the floor. It's out of one of them bags up there.
It was the beach shelters were actually along the Galston seafront, so you didn't need a beach shelter. But now they've taken them all down, haven't they?
You still know what I'm talking about. In my day, you just had a wicker basket, and I threw my wicker basket out because it had a bit of woodworm in, because I thought if you had woodworm, your whole house would get destroyed. But little did I know, and I threw my bloody wicker basket out, didn't I? I had two, and threw them both out. So,
Stephen Forster wants to know if you can put it up then.
I can't put it up, mate. It's, I ain't got no room. Look. Look. That's it. This is all I got. Look, there's my feet. Look.
Maybe you could put it. He'll put it up on the beach and show you one
See?
day.
That's all the room I got.
I've slept in an IMAX 3 nights on the beach.
They don't shut up, do they? Did you keep warm?
Oh, I don't like warm, but I'd like a bed. Mally says they are good and easy to put up, mate.
I got a puddle on the floor just before I went on live, and I was thinking, because Danny lost his freezer and all his bait was in it, and it took him a while to get another freezer. And I looked at the bottom of my floor at the garage, and my freezer has got a puddle. And I thought, Jesus Christ, everything's cold in my freezer and everything's still frozen. But I ain't heard the freezer click on yet.
Yeah,
and I've just realised what the puddle is on the floor. And you know these things that you get with your bait when you buy frozen bait? I think it's wallpaper paste in there, to be honest, and water. It's like jelly crap. And I've just realised that it's that's dribbled down my IMAX shelter onto my steel that I keep beside my fridge, and it's made a puddle on the floor. Right, I'm going to go, Leds. I'm going to go get my light. I'll leave you to talk to the wife while she's drinking her wine.
Okay.
With her feet out of her crotch.
Well, I'm getting us hot in here. You've got the bloody heating on. Sweltering. Go outside and do it. No, because then he'd actually have to clear some of his rubbish away to put it up, because he doesn't throw anything out. He collects everything. Every day I come home and he's picked something else up that he's found. I've got the bigger loo because you can close the front over and it's quite heavy.
Yeah, if I was to buy another shelter now, I think I'd get the igloo, the blue one, not the bigger loo, but the igloo, because I think it's cheaper. And yeah, that's what I would get now. I've seen Danny's and it looks quite nice and it's easy to put up, but that's easy to put up. But I did struggle with that in one of my I have used that in one video at Mog's Eye, that shelter, and I put it up, and then this pillock made me take it down because he was going to drive over it.
Gunneroy, he is like Steptoe, yes.
And yeah, so I used it then, and yeah, our back garden's a bit like Steptoe's yard, because I've always I make quite a bit. I'm gonna start making a lot of stuff, but I've been collecting stuff to use to make. I ain't got anything here, but
how's it going, Verns?
and I've used it at Trunch Lane. If you go to my Trunch Lane video, I use that shelter there. And if I didn't have that shelter on that day, I wouldn't have been able to fish or film, because
Spencer. Silence is shattered again. You didn't need a shelter at Galston. You do now.
Yeah.
Lisa H, we got the igloo from Jerry's. Landlocked sea fishing. I use an igloo because I like to stand up in it and stretch my back. Malik says, you just weed there, didn't you?
Weed where? No, I didn't weed there. Look, I'll show you it. It's down there, look. See that puddle down there? That's dribbled all down my bag here, look. It's on the bag.
Stephen Foster, shelters are
One
no good up your way. You have follow the tide up and down.
You do have to, but what you do is you stick your beach shelter right up the beach, and then when you fish it down and out, your beach shelter's up there on its own. You can't go in it anyhow. So
Danny says he uses the igloo as it's so simple to put up and pack away.
but yeah, you're right. the tide. Well, you've seen my video. I'll tell you what. When I go to fish on the Lincolnshire coast and the tide goes out, and you walk out and then walk back, or you fish it from low up. By the time you get back and you're fishing and you've got the water in front of you for once, at my age, you're absolutely buggered. And by the time you get home, you're knackered. And when the tides start going out, you just think, I can't be asked because you're so tiring, and you have to force yourself to fish. This here, I just want to show you.
Would have said good night, all got to go, good luck, see you on the next one.
Thank you, Stephen, for tuning in.
Lock says, where's your dartboard? Workshop without a dartboard is rare.
Dartboard's in my mum's shed, but I have run out of spaces on the wall to put stuff. So you see this.
O'Malley says he's off, long day at work tomorrow. Thank you for another great live. Thanks.
See this here, this little hook. This is just a Gemini link that I've bent and into that, and I hook on. If I ever tie a hook, this is what, because it's round this bolt, I then put the hook in this hook that I'm pinging, and I can then pull on that on me knots, like, well, you know what I'm saying, because you're all fishermen, aren't you? So that's what I use to actually pull my knots tight when I'm on the beach. Yeah, no. See you later, Pat. Thanks for joining in. You're a treasure, as all of you are. I can't believe you like watching me. To be honest, I'm chuffed you do.
Me. My missus is happy when we fish.
Yep. Right.
Bloody lovely when we're fishing. You poor old bugger. Just wait till you get to my age of 65 next month, Kev.
This is my head torch. Now, this isn't my original. Someone would nick it. Could be 200 yards away. Yeah, they could do. But I'll tell you what I go fishing with. No, I can't. I have a wooden stick I take with me on the beach. You call it a shillelagh. It's made out of hawthorn. No, it's made out of, what is it?
It is hawthorn.
Blackthorn?
No, it's hawthorn.
No, because it's the one where you get sloes on. Anyhow, the tree that you get a sloe on to make sloe gin, you make it out of that wood. So I've got a shillelagh, and I've also got a wooden stick that I take with me that isn't as harsh as a shillelagh, because you never know, do you, when you're around on the beach. But right. There, that's another story.
Andrew Jones, what are you doing in the next live? Chris Mack says, box looks heavy, Vern. It is. Gunneroy says, yes, Vern, great night, but got to go to bed as it's 1:40 in the morning now. Roll on next week.
Thank you, Gunneroy.
Where is Gunneroy?
He's in Turkey.
Oh.
Thank you, Gunneroy. My box is heavy because this is how many weights I take. Blackthorn, that's it. Thank you very much. So I take all these weights, and this box is all cracked, but I can't find another box the same size. So I keep all my weights because you can just pick them out, and when you finish, you just chuck them back in. I've got this many weights because I've been fishing at the river, and it's in the van. I don't have to carry it anywhere apart from the garage to the van. So if I go to the beach, I have a couple of 6 ounce, a couple of 5 ounce, and a couple of 7 ounce weights, and that's it. So it's a lot lighter. Right, torch. Ice cream tub. Yeah, a bit thin, Mally. I have a Phoenix head torch. I have bought the...
What size ice cream does Mally buy to get a tub that big?
I did buy the H65 thing, the new with the 2 light lenses on, and I didn't like it. That torch, that head torch cost me 90 quid. They used to sell them at 65, but as soon as COVID hit, the prices went up. 95 quid it cost me, and I used it on one night, but this is my new one. I've got an old one of these, and this is better. This light is better than the Fenix top of the range head torch, the H65R, whatever it is. This has got a focusable light, so you can see that. So you can go from a flood to a spot. When it goes to a spotlight, it really goes a long way, and it's focused, obviously, because it's a focused light, and it's a spotlight, and you can see. So I can see a long way. And when I'm on the beach, if I'm on a sandy beach and I'm quite a way down, this will actually focus onto all the sand dunes behind you. So I've got nobody for over a mile that way and nobody for over a mile that way. You like to see if there's anybody behind me, and if this shines in the sand dunes, if there's any eyes watching you, they'll shine up red straight away, and you'll know someone's there. And you can see all the sand dunes with this. It's one click on. That's low. That's medium. That's a bit more. That's really bright. That's really bright. But then you've got a turbo. Now this, what are you going? I said turbo mode.
A bit more.
Well, it is a bit more. I can't remember. It's whatever it is. But on this mode here, it'll last something like 2 or 3 hours. On that mode, it'll last all bloody week. On that mode, it'll last from Monday to Friday. And that mode, it'll last, Monday to Tuesday. On that mode, it'll last the fishing session. And it will last the fishing session, but obviously you don't have it on that. I only put it on this brightness when I'm reeling in. If I'm on the Humber, I'll put it on that brightness, reel it in, and I can see my weight coming probably 150, 200 yards away. Once it's up, well, I don't cast that far, but I can see it. When it comes up, I can see what I've got on, and that's when I get excited.
Landlocked wants to know, can you recommend any make-up waterproof over trousers? I need some new ones.
No, I can't. I presume Vass, I don't know. Then you got the turbo mode, which is it's really bright. So this is the light. So that's low. That's a bit more. That's a bit more. That's full brightness, but you can see this here. Hang on, where's the thing? That's on spotlight, that's on flood. So that's flood, that's spotlight. So you can see that huge white flood spotlight there. That's absolutely, that goes 320 yards, I think that goes 350 yards, something like that.
Michael, it's a very nice Australian Chardonnay.
That's the turbo mode. And you can see how bright that is. That's why I don't bother with any tip lights or reflector if I just put white paint on, because I've got this torch. You don't need it. You can see your bite on that.
Michael wants to know what wine we're drinking, which is...
So the Lidl's cheapy.
It's nice.
It's alright.
It's a nice Chardonnay.
It's from Australia.
What model is it, Vern?
This.
And
Then
how
obviously
much
you've got flashy thing on it.
How much is that one?
Right, this is why I bought this. This is the Fenix. Hang on a minute. I can't remember if it's the 40 or the 50. What's that say on there, Pet? On the back. Is it the H40R?
It is. Where are you looking?
Well, it'll be on the back. Just have a look. I think
66 standard.
No, it'll say H.
ROHS HSFC.
No. It's the H.
Oh, HL40R.
Right, we got there in the end.
Shut your face.
So, It's the HL40R. If that's on your head, obviously you can. It does all that stuff, but it's focusable, and that's the good thing. When I phone, this is my new one. I've got an old one. When I bought that other one, the H65R, I sent that back and got my money put back on my card because I was so disappointed with the light. I thought it was crap. After this, I phoned Verns up because I noticed my lamp wasn't charging properly. All the lights, there's charging lights on there. It actually tells you. No, that's not it. There's charging light. You get 4 blue lights. You press one of these buttons and it'll give you 4 blue lights. Or when you put it on to charge, it charges by USB at the back. It's an internal, built-in internal battery. You get 2 years warranty with this. If you have a torch from Phoenix that the battery comes out, you get a 5-year warranty. So it is better to get one with a battery coming out, but you get a 2-year warranty with this. When I was talking to Verns and said to them about this, my light was 2 years and 2 weeks over from when I bought it, and the batteries just started to go a bit wanky. So Verns give me the number for my Phoenix, MY, and then obviously Phoenix. Now I say Phoenix because it is FEN, Fen, and X. But Americans call it Phoenix, but that ain't how I spell Phoenix. I say Phoenix. So there's a company called My Phoenix. I think they're in Wales as well. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. But Verns put me in touch with them, and when I spoke to the chaps there, they were so helpful. They said, we aren't bothered whether it's a week or 2 weeks over the warranty. Send us the torch in. There will be a delay. It might be 5 to 6 weeks, but we will get the light repaired for you. Now, they've told me that this charging point is worn, and that's why when I put the charger in, these lights flash about anywhere because it doesn't know what it's doing. And I was having it on for a session and it wasn't lasting. It was going from 4 lights. It used to go 4 lights on the battery to 3. If it was a really long session where I fished right through to the next morning, it'd be on the 2nd light for charging, so it was pretty run down. But I was going home from the Humber and I had 1 blue light left on, so the battery was getting buggered. And they're going to repair my headlamp free of charge under warranty. So I'd already bought this, and I told him how good this light was because of this, in my opinion, this focusable beam, and told him that I thought the H65 was crap. But then people use head torches for many things. If someone that's walking and trekking, the H65R would be brilliant. But because I want this for focusing in on a point where I'm reeling my line in, or I want to look along behind me at a point, this is the torch for me, and it's never let me down until it was over 2 years old. And for £50, I thought it was a good torch. So that's the head torch that I use.
Mike Simpson says baseball bat for me. Oh, does he mean for a stick on the beach?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. I've got an oak handle with a ball on the end in your hand, and I've got a shillelagh in the van. Right. How many's in the live done?
We have got 93.
Well, what do you want to know now? Do you want to ask me something? There's all stuff in the water.
Oh, that's because you've been pulling stuff about.
What model and how much is that?
You've just answered.
Ah, right. Yeah, H40R. And sorry, that head torch is £50. So, yeah, I did say that.
Williams, I want one. My hubby's going to ban me from watching you, Ben. My Vaselli Enigma
Did you get...
has come and I love it.
Yeah, hey.
Steve Pudney, I've got nunchuck as well.
Yeah, I used to have them.
I think Phoenix is crap. They're no good for me. I need one touch button on and off Mally.
Yeah, and I'll tell you something else. That H65 arm alley, it had 2 buttons at the top right close together and a piece of plastic over it. So you couldn't get your finger on the buttons properly because this bit of plastic was in the way. And the buttons were right close together and you never knew which light you was turning on. Because it's just one button and you just press it 4 times and you're from off. You press it 4 times and it's on to full beam, and that's because I'm so used to it. But they said that they might discontinue these eventually because they're getting old now. But it's the only light they do that's focusable.
Andrew Jones wants to know, what's the wife cooking you for supper, mate? Nothing is the answer to that.
Did you get the same? Who said about the Sally reel?
Angela.
Angela. Did you get the same one as this one? This is the. What one's this? This is the. Yeah, Enigma. Enigma UL. It's got a quick, quick release for. I've nearly undone it. So that's on. That's solid.
Yes, Angela says.
So you got the same one as this. That's like quarter of a turn, and that's totally loose. So within quarter of a turn, yeah, it's a nice reel, Angela. Ever so light. As a matter of fact, they're from Italy, aren't they?
Angela Williams. ULH. What's that mean?
That's the reel done.
Oh, right.
The reel with line and this plastic Fazeli thing is 575. 576 grams. It's got a slow oscillation, so you get really good line lay. And because these spools are shallow, I use Trabuco line on this. This is the velvet, Trabuco velvet line, because it's a mono, but they pre-stretch it. So they give it a smaller diameter, but a greater strength. So a smaller diameter line, a lot higher breaking strain, and that's because they pre-stretch it.
Well, Angela says, I've had a stroke, so have to keep my gear light.
Yeah, well, you won't get lighter than this, and I hope you're better after having a stroke. That's not nice either, is it? So you get a spare spool as well. Angela.
Yeah. Andrew Jones,
Did you get, Angela, a bag for it? Because they do a Vaselli, lovely colour blue, with a white zip.
What are you on commission?
No, I am not on commission. I used to work in my mum's shop selling clothes, and I was quite good at it. But yeah, you can get a rod bag as a real bag.
James says, I use an S120S Verns. They cover all ground. Michael Simpson says, once choice.
I've done a video on this reel as well. This is just an old antiquated KP.
Rich and Leo Anglin, UK. Hi buddy, how are you? First time here. Angela says, yes, but not a stiff one. Andrew Jones says, lol.
Hi buddy, how are you? First time here. Who's that? Rich and Leo Anglin. Thanks for joining. Thanks a lot. Andrew Jones. What's that? Wife, well said. So yeah, I've done a video on this reel. I wouldn't say it's the most exciting. Oh, I just hurt my foot.
Rich and Leo have just subbed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the sub. Thank you. I wouldn't say it's an exciting video to watch. I do struggle putting the internals back because you've got to fit this little bloody pin in there. But I did it. What I like about these reels, I've got this is the bits of reel. But what I've done is I've done a video on this reel doing this up. This looked like a piece of old muck when I got it. It was all you know what aluminium gets like. It goes all frosty and stuff. No worries, very interesting. Well, I don't know if it's interesting, but I appreciate it. Thank you very much. You've got
Ian,
coffee
what about-
coming, I think. Mummy coffee was just said on there. So, I have
I've
a
just
5-minute
texted you.
walk
You've got a
from
phone.
estuary. So keep the rod set up. It won't be... So, yeah, I've done a video on this reel. It's a £7 reel off eBay. I've maintained it, oiled it, fixed it, rubbed it down, sprayed it. I've sprayed that. What I do like about these reels is this handle. It just clicks on. And then you've got a little catch there. Release that catch. And it's off. I mean, there's no screwing it the wrong way and realising that you're going the wrong way with it. And then it all falls on the beach and you think, damn. You know, it's, yeah, it just clicks down. But you have to live with that. It's an antiquated old reel, but that used to be what that Facelli is now, and the Pen Spin Fisher and other reels. This is what that used to be.
That was me texting Tanisha saying coffee.
Oh,
So
right.
just text Chelsea saying coffee. I doubt whether I'll get one. But
No,
we'll
I don't.
know. Les Edwards, you should do a video using your old gear, Vern. I still take my Abu Atlantic fiberglass spinning rod with my Abu Seam Master 3000 reel out in the summer.
Les, if you go on my videos to where I fished at Hillston, and the thumbnail is me stood on the cliff, halfway up the cliff, because the tide comes in at Hillston and Tunstall sometimes. If it's over a 5.5 metre tide, depending on swell, if there's a lot of swell, it might be a lesser tide. It comes right up to the cliff, so you have to climb up the cliff and fish. In that video, if you go to there at Hillston, I'm fishing with those reels. I've got 2 reels. I've got an auger rod, which is fiberglass from the 1960s, and I've also got an East Anglian rod, which is fiberglass from the 70s. And I fished that whole video with two fiberglass rods, 2 KP Moritz Surfcast reels. The rods are fantastic. If you put a brand new Pen Spin Fisher or a Battle or whatever modern reel on those fiberglass rods, they fish absolutely fantastic. So yeah, go along, Les, and have a look at that video, and you'll see me using old
Landlocked
rods.
says, although expensive, the Pen Spin Fisher reel is such a good reel. Colin Cook says, night guy's got work in the morning.
See you later, Colin. Thank you very much for tuning in.
Andrew Jones, what are you doing in the next live,
Crumbs, I didn't. This one isn't over yet. I don't know. I'm running out of things.
Why don't you do have a fire pit on and just do a question? Ask me anything.
It's not warm enough out there.
That will be next week. Nearly bloody summertime.
It's not even. It's still winter.
Whatever you do, I'll be watching. That's from Andrew Jones. Lee,
Thank you.
I'll have a look at it, mate.
So yeah, check that out. It's a good video. I've used a fiberglass rod in a video before that as well, I think. But in that session, I took 2 fiberglass rods. I'll tell you what I've realised. Can someone tell me what this is? I think.
Fishing rod. Okay.
I think I know what it is.
Is that a fishing rod?
It's a fishing rod. But yeah, now look, it starts there and goes all the way down to the bottom. It's really stiff.
Shout out to the wife and the
But
daughter.
on here, I only found this out the other day because I was turning it and I was
It's a boat
thinking,
rod.
it is a boat. Is this
Andrew Jones says boat rod.
Is this an uptide rod? Because that bit comes off, leaving me with this. And I've seen these on Jerry's and that. How much was the light, Vern? I missed it. £50, Stephen, the light was. That is a boat rod, Danny. Get the bacon, egg, sausage out for the next live. Yeah, we'll have another cook-up on the next live. We'll just do it first, shall we?
Rich and Leo Anglin says, I would say it's an uptide rod, but
That's what I thought it was.
Andrew Jones says no, boat rod.
Yeah, I think it's a boat rod for up tide, isn't it?
John Ruby says hi Ben. Danny's fishing says
You right, John?
it's broke.
Have I just broke it?
Justin Page says upside rod.
Yeah. That had all oil on it.
Maybe it's not meant to do that.
No, I had to take all the oil off because when I was pushing it in, every time I pushed it, it was going in and out because of the suction.
Les Edwards says reminds me of a Shakespeare. Just picking up the camera. Steve Putty says 59.
We're back.
On
The
for the headlight.
the Let's hope Tom was playing his game.
If not, he'll be sat with his head in his hand now saying I can't trust you with anything. Kev Spencer says uptide glue it back together.
I think it's meant to come out, Kev.
I don't think it is.
No, it is. It's brass. Look.
They're all saying
Look, it's brass. Look. See, it's a brass ferrule.
G Drifter says rest in peace camera.
Yeah, that just got tangled up.
Old boat rod.
It's my daughter's camera as well. It is an E.R. Craddock Company Limited.
Anglin says they are meant to come apart. It's defo and uptide.
Yeah, uptide. That's what I thought because it looks just like all the other uptides, but it's like it's never been used. Anyhow, oh, that was lucky, wasn't it?
Let's hope she ain't watching because she'll be moaning at you now for dropping her phone.
So, no,
It don't look like the coffee's coming, does it?
no, I don't know. And I bought this. Can anybody tell me about this?
Stephen Foster's man down. Have a drink then.
I'll have a drink.
Have you still got drink left?
Still got a can of lager, yeah. Why?
Les Edwards put candle wax on.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Kettle.
Can anybody tell me? It's a Daiwa 62139A. It's got really thick grips on there, which is like corded, and then we've got that on there. It's fiberglass and it comes in 3 sections, and the top section's got all the whippings on like this. Obviously someone's replaced an eye. There's no ferrules on it. It's got rubber bottom on the bottom, but it's just fiberglass into fiberglass. It's quite whippy, but it's a Daiwa rod. I think it only cost 15 quid. Plus postage, you know, the dreaded. But can anybody tell me anything about that rod? Because was that before Daiwa was any good? Or was this a good rod in its day? Obviously it's a beach rod, isn't it? But if anyone can say anything, put a bit of candle wax. So in the next live we'll have another cook up on the shovel, shall we? On the forge. You doing what? So what do you want to ask me then? I have an Abu Severin uptide rod. Now, I didn't tell the wife, but I bought another rod because I like East Anglian, because that was the first rod I ever had that my mum bought me. I've bought another East Anglian rod. It's a 3-piece 10-foot rod. So I don't know what it is, but it's in absolutely pristine condition, and it was £8.99. The delivery was more. The delivery was £9.99. But I bought that, and there's a telescopic rod. So I'm going to get that as well. That's East Anglian Rod Company as well. So I'm going to buy that. I think that's cheap as well. So I'm going to get that as well. But if you can let me know about that, that'd be great. this rod here, this is my first ever fishing rod. My dad used to take me fishing. It's just a Jewer, whatever that is. It's a Camping rod. It actually says Jewer Camping rod on it. Look, Camping rod. It used to have two top sections. They were both the same, I think. It's only a light rod. This rod here I used in the 70s. This is when I first went fishing in the 1970s with my dad. And this rod here was our rod. I've still got the original Daiwa reel as well. It's only a cheap old thing. The wife, do you have no, she ain't got a fishing rod. The wife only comes with me on a sunny day in the summer. But yeah, this was my first ever rod, and we used to catch nothing but dace.
Leo angling.
Dace, literally.
No way, that's the same rod my granddad gave me as a boy.
Is it? No, yeah, I had this. It's a. I used to have. I'll tell you now. I had two of these top sections, but I stopped going fishing, and this was fantastic for unblocking toilets. So, I lost one tip.
Being most entertaining, great bid, Vern, but time for bed. Night all. Night, Gary.
Never seen another one. You'd never. So,
Gary's
Rob.
never off. You're gonna say cheers.
See you later, Gary. Thanks for tuning in, mate. So, you should go flatty bashing with it. I think this is. We used to go to a river in Norfolk, and where my dad met my mum actually. And we used to catch nothing but dace on this, because we used to take the dace home, and my dad used to take the dace home in a watering can, and they used to go in his pond that he made out of concrete, because back in the 70s, you was somebody if you had a rockery and a fish pond, and we had both. So we used to take dace home, and we had dace in our pond. I don't know if that's legal, but back in the 70s, I don't think people mattered. But yeah, that's it. That's my first ever rod. It used to come with two tips. I've only got one now. Is that someone else going there?
No, it's just someone saying good night. Danny
So
and
Gary's
Sunset
gone.
saying
Make
night,
a
Gary.
great spinning rod, Vern. Yeah, so do anybody know anything about that Daiwa rod? I did see another one on eBay. That I've seen two on there.
You'd get a great fight off a mackerel with that rod, mate.
Yeah, you would. I've got the original reel still.
Is next week the last live before you're back fishing again?
No, I don't think it is. I don't think it is, Dom.
No, I think we've got another 3 weeks, haven't we? 2 weeks.
I think so, yeah.
I'm off to
Have
bed,
you got a
then.
drink?
Thank you, buddy and wifey. Another great stream.
Who's off to bed?
Catch you all on the
Steve
next
Bunny,
one,
I'm off to
Steve
bed.
Bunny.
Thank you, Steve, for joining in. Thanks a lot. This is the tripod.
Have you ever tried fly fishing?
Now,
James?
I've got a fly rod. I haven't got a fly reel.
Yet.
I was going to buy, but if I buy a fly reel, it's going to be a second-hand one, an old-fashioned one, because that's what I like. I think this might be it. Again, it's I stabbed my thumb with a bloody knife down. Did you see it?
No.
There's blood everywhere. This here,
Might have been when I was loading the dishwasher.
East Anglian Rod Company.
Landlocked says you've got more rods than Jerry's tackle.
Yeah, I probably have. But yes, I have got a lot of rods. You saw them in the last live as well. But they are a lot of rods over a long time. And I think a lot of people who have a lot of rods, because let's be honest, all fishermen have a lot of rods. I don't ever sell them. So
Leo says, "Night guys, we'll be back on the next live."
Who says that?
This, Rich and Leo.
thank you, Rich and Leo, for tuning in. It's been nice to have you here. Thank you very much. So yeah, this is my fly rod. That's the East Anglian Rod Company. It's a water slide, you know, a transfer. Don't know what it says really. It's an 8 foot, 5 to 6, whatever that mean. I ain't got a bloody clue. But yeah, it's my if I go fly fishing, that's the one I'll use. So
Oh, excuse me. Stephen Foster says, "What are the Tronics Pro cool bags like? Any good? Heard the zips are crap."
no, I haven't had a single problem with my Tronics bags. As a matter of fact, that's what I was going to do in a live. Show you what I do with it. Because what I do is, there's a chip on it now. I put tin foil in my Tronics bag because when I went fishing for a long session, by the time I come home, the fish guts go through the stitching. I'll show you. But it'll be the same with any bait bag. Look.
Night, Rich and Leo.
Tronics bait bag. I've got 2. And I ain't cleaned this one since the last trip, look. God, isn't it nice smelling dirty bait?
Lovely.
Yeah. So when you get fish guts and everything, it goes in there, goes through the stitching, and it's got foam in the back inside the material and the foliage stuff, and it soaks in there, and these become rancid. But then I've also got the Emax one. But I bought this as a cool bag and then realised it was too small. So this one has now got all my stuff in there for mackerel feathers and bass fishing for spinners. So I've got spinners in there and feathers in there. And I just take this bag at the moment and a fishing rod, and that's all I have. So I then went from that Emax one to this Tronics one, and I'm glad I did. Now what I do is I get 2 pieces of tin foil and I lay them both on top of one another, and then I keep turning one side over and putting folds in it to make a join, and then I open it up and I put it in there and then just fold it around the edge so that all the fish guts and everything stay in the tin foil and don't stink this up so bad.
Kev Spencer says, "Brilliant bit of kit, never had a problem with mine, but I wash mine out when I get home."
Yeah, I wash these, but I just haven't washed
says,
since the
"Good
last...
idea with the tin foil."
Yeah, and if you get 2 bits of tin foil, I was going to do it in a live, just fold it over and you just lay it in there. So you've got 2 pieces in here, you put it in, and then you just
did wash it.
fold it all around. Yeah, I washed mine with obviously washing powder in a sink, and then I just hang it over the line like that. What's good about these, and I never realised until I was like, oh, I wonder if I could do that, and I expect everyone does it, but you've seen it on my videos. With these Velcros, these 2 go round the front tripod legs, and this one goes round the back tripod leg. So underneath your tripod, you've seen it in my videos, this will be underneath, and I'll just lift it up, get my bait, and I use this and I bait up. That's why I have scissors, bait needle and my elastic in this bag as well with all my bait, and I bait all my hooks and rigs up from this bag hanging off my tripod. So yeah, it's good, but I need to clean that. I haven't had a problem with the zips yet, but you saw me then. I haven't been fishing for obviously since Christmas. Well, Christmas the 30th, December the 30th, whenever it was the last time I went fishing. And that zip was stiff then. but it's okay.
It was just before Boris spoke, because...
But all I do, they're all right. Look, they aren't a problem.
what size are they?
What size are they? Tape measure. Who said that?
Stephen.
What, Foster?
Yeah.
Right, they are.
Or even Forster.
14, Stephen Forster. 14.5 inch, which is 370mm. So 14.5 inch by 12 inch. This way, they're only 3 inch. Now, I kid you not, I can fit in there a pack of squid, 2 lots of black lug, mussels, copious packs of mussels if you want, bluey, mackerel, crabs, you name it, I get it in there. This thing ends up being like fat. And then I've gone to Dud down in, what's that place? I've gone to someone to buy some bait and stuff, and this has been full.
Is that a large?
Yeah, that is a large. Yeah, this is the biggest one they do. I've got it in black and red. The problem is...
Somerset Beach Fishing Tony says they are good bags.
I had this one first. I prefer the black, to be honest. But what I did was, the cat got in it. And can you see?
No, correction. You put the cat in it.
Can you see that? All these little holes. The cat got in and its claws come out and put all holes in it. So...
Les Edwards says, I do the same thing when beach fishing on a leg
yeah.
locked tripod. You can lift the lot up at once and follow the tide out.
Yeah, you can.
Land
Yeah,
Up
that's
Sea
exactly
Fishing
what...
said, couldn't you get in it in blue?
No, you can't get it in blue. Hey, if you could get it in blue, I'd be buying another one. But the thing is, I chucked the cat in, it stuck claws all in it, and then before I learned about the tin foil, this is the one that all the fish guts and all my bait just soaked through, and it got right stinky. I had to wash this all the time. And I then learned about the tin foil. But I was going to chuck this. I remembered this is aluminium tape that you use on flooring. When you put down a damp-proof membrane, ISA something flooring it was from a company, Polyfloor, and then you used to have to tape up the joints with this before you put down your safety flooring. And I just stuck this on. This has been washed loads of time, this tape ain't come off, so I can still use this, and because I now use the tin foil, it's not a problem. So
Stephen says that's ventilation.
well, that, yeah, it is. So while this one's getting washed and it's hanging on the line drying, I use the red one. I fill that Tronics bait bag up with bait, and then, I'm sure we all do it, I then bring it back home. And I haven't used half of it. I've only used the black lug, the squid, and then, prawns. I stick a load of prawns in it as well. Since Mally told me about prawns as a good bait, I'll show you me prawns. Just careful not you.
Do you use baiting needles?
Yeah.
Landlock. Do you use baiting needles?
Yeah, I do, yeah. I've got a baiting needle. I make these ones. That's out of a stainless welding rod. So I made them. Have I used it? No. I've made 2 different sizes. I made a big one and a small one. Have I used them? No. I've got 2 other baiting needles like that. Have I used them? No. This baiting needle with the brass bit on the end, a stainless steel, I've had that for 20 odd years and I still only use that baiting needle. If I was to lose that baiting needle, my wife wouldn't hear the end of it for months and years. I would still be going on about losing this baiting needle when I was going in my box. So yeah, I have got a baiting needle and I always use this one.
Strap it to your box and bag.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I do. The Tronics, I do.
Landlock says that's
Even-
the same as I use.
Even on my, because I've got this. If you watch my Salt and Bay videos, the first Salt and one where I catch the ray, I used my plastic Shakespeare box. And by the time I got up that thing from fishing, I was absolutely buggered, absolutely knackered. So the next time I went, which was about 3 days later, because I took this up, I used this bag. So I realised, just take what you need. You don't need a fishing box, especially on a rock mark. On a rock mark, you need one rod, really, a bag, because once you've still got your gear in there, you can hang this bag over your tripod to weight your tripod down, because obviously you're on a rock mark, there's nothing, and my tripod kept blowing over, and my rod fell over, and so
Everything.
what I'm saying is that when I went fishing at Salt and Bay, I had that, I velcroed that onto there. So I had this on my back with my bait in my Tronics Pro bag on there. These are brilliant. You can get the IMAX ones with a handle on. I've got the big one and the small one. And you buy things and you then learn and be your mistakes, don't you? And I was turning my nose up at these because Seeing Adventures were going on about them all the time. And then I just thought, I'm just going to get one and see what they're like, because I wasn't happy with my bait bag. This, like you say, can velcro onto it. They're absolutely fantastic.
Michael says 5'6" is the weight of the fly line.
Oh, right. Yeah, I've heard about the fly line. So you've got to buy a fly line to match your rod then, is it? Is that the case? But yeah, I've got the... It was cheap. It's absolutely mint, that. And if I'm going to go freshwater fish, because I'm not interested so much in freshwater fishing, I like sea fishing. And then I really like beach fishing. Any freshwater fishing that I do will all be done with old fiberglass rods and stuff.
Can you fit your beer in the bait bags?
No, I don't take beer because I'm always driving. Can you? But you could do. I expect you could get something in there. Prawns. These are the prawns from Morrison's.
The IMAX bag. Was thinking of getting the Tronics bag.
Yeah, I've got the small IMAX one, which I bought that, come away from Jerry's, and I thought I've made a mistake because I couldn't get all my... How can you get a mackerel or a bluey in there without hacking it up? So you just can't do it in the small one. So...
In fact, you then turned round. You didn't take that one back.
No, well, I didn't. So I then went and bought... Well, you can't take it back, can you, once you bought it? So I then bought the big one. Now,
So 5 minutes later.
About 10 minutes later, because we were in and out all the time. It must have been in there about 6 times. So this one's really good. This is fantastic for taking with you, buying a load of frozen bait from somewhere, sticking it in with some cool blocks and taking it home. You've got a big huge thing in there. You can get a mackerel, see, you can get a mackerel or a bluey in there. And then...
Mally and Les says you can fly... You can use the fly rod in the sea, mate, and Les says you can fly fish in the seabed.
You can fly fish in the sea, yeah. I wouldn't know how. And then you got this portion at the top, so you got one at the bottom. And what?
Stephen says I've got that one. Great bag.
Yeah, it is a good bag. I carry extra bags in, but you can put your bait in there with your ice packs, and then you can put your sandwiches in there. So if you're doing a beach trip, you can put your sandwiches in there with a cool pack.
Mally says, what litre is the big bag?
What litre?
Yeah.
I don't know. I expect you could probably get...
I think it told you at the time, but obviously...
You could probably get 6... You could probably get 8 tins of lager in there. you know, I reckon you could get 8 tins of lager. There's a tin of lager. Yeah, for a comparison.
Ooh, how many bottles of wine could you get in there?
8 tins of lager. I expect if you're taking the wife with you, you get a bottle of wine in there.
A few bottles of wine in there.
So yeah, you can get quite a lot in there, can't you? Check out
Darren Ryan.
Charter Vern.
You'll see the fish he catches from Penrith. Like I said, your trip is sorted, Ben.
Thank you very much. Who's that?
That's Andrew Jones.
Andrew Jones. I'm terrible with names. I know Andrew Jones. I'm talking to him on Facebook.
Yours got a zip on the bottom for cool blocks.
No. But I've got a zip on the top. Because they also tell me you can put your frozen bait in the bottom and you can stick your worms in the top. In this section. But he then said to me, but I always stick my sandwiches in it. But this isn't as good. It's got a carry handle on it. And it's got a hand handle. But the Tronics one, like someone, you can velcro. See, when I go fishing, I have my box like that, and then that then goes on the top, and then I stick my clothing bag, which has got my coat and everything in, my wellies. Well, I put my wellies on, but I put my clothing bag on top of there, like that. And then my camera bag, because I have my camera and tripod, lights, tripod, water, sandwiches, because if I go to the beach I don't cook, I take sandwiches.
Les says I'd probably stick enough gear and bait for a day beach fishing in it, mate. And Mally says, are the Tronics all the same size?
No, they do a smaller one, Mally, as well. They do a smaller case and that larger case. And they're the prawns that I buy from Morrison's. You get 3 packs for a tenner. But when you look for them, it's probably the wrong time of year now. So they either have them or they don't. Mine must be a older version.
Mine has a zip around the bottom for cool blocks.
Mine has a zip around the bottom for cool blocks. Oh, no, mine ain't, no. But I always get these when they're like blue in colour. Don't know if you can see that. They're like bluey colour. If they're a bit old, I think they go brown.
Yeah, some looked a bit manky, don't they? Spot on them, mate, Mally says. Yeah, Mally, we're not allowed to cook with them. They're just for bait.
Yeah, we've got loads of prawns, but they're just for bait. Everyone else eats them, but I just use them for bait. This is the tripod I use. Used to have 2 more sections on these legs on this tripod. I bought this. It's a Manfrotto tripod. It's absolutely brilliant. It's got this extending thing, so I can actually have it quite high. As you can see, it's sort of like from my groin to my head. It's probably 2 foot. My wife would kill me if I used them for bait. Yeah, well, I've got 9 boxes of prawns in my freezer. And we really should put some on the barbecue or have them for tea, but I just put 6 in a pack and then vacuum pack them. And
Mally says get some on the shovel next week.
now it's my bait. It's my bait. It's good bait.
Stephen, he just takes me along to pay for him.
So that's my tripod. I had to get this because my GoPro was really top heavy. They're quite heavy, and this is my original tripod. All my films up until Tunstall. No, I went to Tunstall for a second fishing trip and I never filmed it. And I'll tell you how bad it is. I went fishing, my camera fell in the water, and that's when I got my GoPro. So it's the video when you first saw my GoPro. Before that, my camera fell in the water and it stopped working. And I always used to have it on this tripod. It's just a plastic tripod. Cost £4, and all my videos were filmed using this tripod. If I wanted to do walking around, making everybody dizzy, you know, I'd have it like this at arm's length. And then if I wanted to be filming, it would be in the sand like that at that angle. So it was only
but it's probably a good
8 inches tall. But as soon as I bought the GoPro, because it was heavy, it was top heavy. So after spending £200 on a camera, I then bought this because it's heavier, and I took the extendable legs off. They're up in my loft, so I haven't thrown them, but they've got catches here, so you can adjust these out to there, so you can put a little bit of a kink on it like that. Put this up, so when I'm fishing on a rock mark or on the beach, it's still taller than the original camera tripod, because you can see the difference in height, so it'll give a better perspective. But look how wide that base is. The wind won't ever blow that off over, so it'll never fall over. Even if the tide came in, it wouldn't knock that over.
Mally says, my battery is going to die, so have got to bid. You lovely people are very good. Thank you for entertaining. It's been awesome.
Thank you, Mally, for tuning in. And what I also did is much appreciated, Mally. Thank you very much.
Mally, I'll sneak some prawns for next week.
What I also did was, when I took the legs out and put them up in my loft, I cut a piece of 16mm steel, wrapped it in tape so it won't go rusty, and it's not rusty at all. And I slid that in the bottom of the leg. It's tight in there. It's in there. And I bought some rubber feet off the Bay of Thieves, and to cap that over, just so I had more weight in the bottom of the tripod. So that's how I film with this, and it's tripod costs £30, I think, £35 plus delivery, and that's it. And that fits. Once I took these legs off also, it would fit in my bag, but now that fits in that blue bag, and I have all my camera stuff in there, and it's all sorted. Right, is there anything you want to ask me?
What is the time?
Don't know, I don't even know how long we've been on there.
Everyone's gone to this. 11:30.
It's what?
11:30.
It was 10:30 when I went
Got
in.
Science Day tomorrow.
Oh, how many's in the live?
83.
83 in the live. I can't, do you know what? I really appreciate everybody that tunes in watching this. I can't go fishing because I'm landlocked. And I've got to put content. I wonder how much you have spent over the years. You know what? Think about it, mate, do you? I mean, my bloody cat. My cat's had 3 teeth pulled. That cost.
Before you start ranting, just say goodnight to Justin, because he's now.
See you later, Justin. Thanks for tuning in, mate. My cat cost me £350 to have 3 teeth pulled, and every month and a half he goes back for £70 for an injection. And I keep saying to him, do you think he needs another tooth pulled out because he keeps struggling eating? And he says no, his gums are still a bit red, they're a bit sore. So I think I've done 4 injections at £70. Don't even talk about children. Everything's my van. My van just breaks down for the my van just breaks down for the hell of it. You know, the ignition barrel buggered up. It burnt the starter motor out. It's just it expensive all the time, isn't it?
Andrew Jones, shut up for a moment. Andrew Jones says, we appreciate what you do for us. Les Edwards says, the best rod you've used.
The best rod I've used, my auger rod. To be honest, for pleasure, for using, my fiberglass 1960 auger rod that is in the Hillston video with me fishing up a cliff. Modern rod, I would say my leader Icon, but yeah, I quite like my leader icon as well.
Landlock says your lives and videos are very interesting, Verns. Even Forrester says, come on, give us a good rant. No, don't start him off.
No, you see, I've got to have something to rant about. You know, if I drive somewhere and I've got somebody in front of me that's winding me up, like today, picking the wife up from work.
Literally just 2 seconds in the van is enough to start him off.
Then I can have a rant. But I'm quite happy. This is happy Vern here, and I'm quite ecstatic really. And I ain't got nothing to rant about really, to be honest. Apart from I just started ranting, but no, I don't know. What's that? Cats. Oh, do you know what? Yorkshire's pudding, mate. You don't know about them Yorkshire puddings. You know
what? I'm gonna make you.
You can't make Yorkshire puddings.
Make you.
Because you ain't got enough strength in your arm to whisk it. You don't put enough air in it, do you?
Know. Let me punch you and see how much effort.
She reckons it's because you got to have a hot Yorkshire pudding tin, but it's a case that she don't whisk it.
And we'll see what they turn out like.
Anyhow, my wife's good at pancakes. Let's just put it that way. But what was I talking about?
Nothing. You were talking a load of old squid.
No, I weren't.
You were.
Oh, cats. I came up with a good idea.
Get to go live again Saturday, Vern. Hope you enter for the real.
Do you know what, Danny? I might do, mate. I might do. It's just that I've got loads. I've got the mag freeze.
It's not that you don't want to enter.
It's not that I don't want to enter it. I think there's probably someone else out there that probably will have more benefit from having a reel and be really chuffed, and because I've got 2 pen fathom 12s, and I've also got the mag freeze, which some people don't like but I do, and then I got my green mag elites as well. So
Brian says, as always, Vern, been a great night, but must go. Keep them coming till next time. Stephen says, have a cook-off next week, Yorkshire puddings.
Your next
one, Stephen, he would actually have to fix.
Yeah, I've seen it. I've seen your I've seen you with that pen mag for Danu.
Andrew Jones says,
it'll be good when you can go live again.
Why, fair play, take it about Yorkshire puddings. I'm used to it. He moans all the time.
YouTube lives matter. Look at that. Very boring. This is boredom.
YouTube lives matter. Oh, aren't they nice?
Yeah, they are, yeah.
Les Edwards, your next rant subject is crappiest piece of fishing gear you have.
Night, Brian.
Night, Brian.
Why, fair play, you take it about the Yorkshire puddings.
Thank you, Tom, for deleting those.
Yeah, who are they?
Andrew Turner. Hi, Vern. What rig would you
I get to go live again Saturday, Vern.
For the novice.
Dano, don't put the boxing on or that cage fighting, because that's how you got banned last time, man. Didn't they ban you because of that?
Hi Vern, what rig would you recommend starting for a novice? Plan to fish Filey, brig area, mix to rough ground.
Yeah, I want. Who's that?
That was Andrew Turner.
Andrew Turner. I want to fish Filey as well.
Has put laughy faces.
What?
Yeah.
What does Andrew Turner? What does he want to know about?
Andrew Turner. What rig would you recommend starting with for a novice?
Well, if you're fishing Filey, I'd say you want a pulley panel, wouldn't you? Or even a pulley rig with a single hook, because if you've got 2 hooks, you've got more chance of getting snagged up, because it's normally your hook that gets caught, isn't it? Well, it's your hook or your weight.
Tom, do we need to get t-shirts done with YouTube Live Matter?
Crappiest piece of fishing gear you have. Les Edwards, your next rant subject is the crappiest piece of fishing gear you have. I'll tell you what my crappiest piece of... where's it gone?
Oh, and Gloria says it's a Pen Mag 4.
Yeah, Pen Mag 4. Watch your feet. Pull your toes in. You see this thing here? This is Tronic's Pro Disgorger. I can't use that. When you hook it in and you got the hook in, it doesn't mask the point of the hook. So if you push it in and do whatever you're supposed to do with it, I don't know, and you pull it on it, when you pull it out, the bit of the hook is still showing. So if you pull it out and you catch the fish, you're hooking it again, doing it more damage, aren't you? So I would say this is the crappiest piece of... This was an add-on, because I had to do 70 quid to get free delivery. So this was just an add-on. So it saved me money because I got free delivery. So I ain't bothered. But I just can't see how to use it. And when I've put hook in it, how they say to do it, because you put the line in there and then you run it down the line, get it in the hook or something, and then yank it out. And it's just shite. So I use the forceps like Fisher does through the gills and do it.
Sparks says, any fishing trips planned for the future, Ben? Stephen says it's a toothpick for an elephant.
Yeah, it probably is. It's probably what it's good for. Fishing trips planned. Well, we go to the Lake District each year, so I shall be going to the lakes and Cumbria and fishing there.
We're going elsewhere though, aren't we?
I'll be going down to Norfolk and fishing a few places in Norfolk. I want to go up to Filey, that's where I'd like to go and fish there. Some more on the Holderness coast. I'd like to go up further north and fish up on the northeast coast. And you never know. The whole idea of this channel come about. Sort out the bits you don't use and do a live giveaway then. Do you know what? I don't... Yeah, giveaways, I don't really know. I've oh, that's another story, isn't it? But yeah, I could do, but I think if I tell you now, if I ever do a giveaway, I'm just gonna, it's not gonna be a giveaway to gain subscribers or anything. It's just gonna be a giveaway for the subscribers that I have. And it'll be anywhere in the world. I ain't bothered about that. And it'll just be some money or something. And it'll just get sent to your account or something. If I do a giveaway, that's what it'll be. So, what's the matter?
Tab should start gaping.
Will you put him out?
No, so I'll find him in the house now.
Well, go look for him.
We'll look for him
So
then,
that's what I'll do for a giveaway. But yeah, I've got loads of bits to tackle. But stuff like, I'm a bit of a hoarder, really.
A bit of a
Welcome to Verns Sea Fishing. It's that Stream Elements
yeah.
again.
Right, so Stephen says it's a toothpick for elephants. Stephen Pine, sort out the bits you don't use.
Yeah,
in
I've just spoke about that.
Says, looks like you would use it in the same way as you would unhook and conger, mate.
Yeah, and I've never caught a conger either. I've caught a silver eel. I've never caught a conger.
Says, good night, Ben and Karen, and good night to everyone else. Been
Thank you.
Great night. Catch you all soon.
Thank you for tuning in, Kev. It's much appreciated. And go get one of them GoPros and start filming again, mate.
Stephen says, I'd be happy with an autograph. I
Ah,
could give you away.
no. Do what an autograph? What are you talking about? Just
We'll do a giveaway. Give Vern away.
Just a fat old bloke in a garage. That's all I am. I appreciate everyone that's. Yeah, night, Kev. Thanks a lot, mate. Fancy a meet up fishing session on Chesil. Do you know what? I'd love to fish Chesil, Rob.
There's nothing stopping you.
But, God, it's a trek, isn't it? I mean, I hate walking on shingle. I've got a trolley because I'm just too old to carry all my gear.
Oh.
But yeah, it's a. If there's a place on Chesil where you can park and a bit of a walk, yeah, it's all right. I don't want to be fishing around hundreds of people. I always like to be somewhere on my own. I'm quite lucky up there with our beaches because what'd that say?
I don't want a Vern. He's free. You don't
Message
even have to
retract
enter.
Shamrock Fishing. Who's retracted a message? Yeah.
Shamrock fishing. That weren't nothing. That was just saying he was going fishing.
Oh right. You're still a boy then. I don't feel it, mate. I've got my left hip is buggered. My
Beach is
Achilles
50
have got
yards
lumps
from
on
my
them.
Caravan.
You what?
Landlocked says beach is 50 yards from my caravan.
We found her because we were looking at going on holiday down there, going camping, and we were gonna go camping and go fish Chesil. That's what the plan was, and then all this COVID happened, so it didn't work out. But yeah, no, it would be good.
I'm going conger fishing. The weekend I live within 5k of the local harbour.
Obviously, Shamrock, are you obviously in Ireland, aren't you? So are you in Ireland? I don't want to sound stupid. No, he will drink all the cans.
Stephen Pine says it's just an idea, Vern. I still love the vids and will always watch them.
Stephen
says no, he will drink all the cans. Les Edward says, if you ever come down to the Wirral, mate, I'll come fishing with you.
Who said that?
Les Edwards.
So is that where you are? You're up at Mers. Whereabouts?
I know Chesil very well.
I used to work at Christ, where'd I work? What's that town called?
What, near Liverpool?
You know where Chester Zoo is? Because Chester Zoo isn't in Chester, is it? It's in what's it called?
It was in Liverpool.
No, it weren't in Liverpool.
It was oh bloody hell.
It was at Stanlow, wasn't it?
Are you talking about where the...
Anyhow, Les, I used to work. When our factory shut down. We moved it all up to Liverpool way. It weren't Liverpool way. It's near Chester, because I used to stop at Chester and I used to drink in the Boot Inn in Chester, because the Boot pub is a Samuel Smith's pub and it's dirt cheap and an absolutely fantastic pint, and it was a good night out every night. And we were working where Chester Zoo is. I forget what the town's called. It's where the Vauxhall factory is that make all the Vauxhall cars. If you can, I know where it is, near Bark. I don't know where that is, but where they make the Vauxhalls and Chester Zoo, that place there, whatever it's called, our factory got moved up there. So I was working up there for 6-7 months. 6-7 months, maybe longer, and then I had to go back again. But
Stephen says, have to go to bed, Vern. Thanks, mate. See you next week.
Thank you very much, Stephen.
Shamrock says, yep, mate, in Ireland, brilliant channel you have, Vern.
Thank you very much, Shamrock. Do you? I know it's a big place, Ireland. It's a small little place, but do you know Chris O'Sullivan? Ellesmere Port. That's it. Yeah.
Thank you, Les.
Yeah. No. They tried to get us into digs in Ellesmere Port, and I weren't having any of it because there's just nothing there, is there?
Ellesmere Port,
And
I've worked at Vauxhall for 40 years.
Yeah. So we used to get digs. We were at Kings and Queens. We were in the Queen's Hotel in Chester, which I got fed up with because every time I got in there in a room, I had to change because the room was crap. So we ended up going in the Premier Inn and never had a problem there. And from the Premier Inn, we were always in the Boot pub in Chester.
Stealth Fishing says hi.
Hi, Stealth Fishing.
Patrick Chapman says another great show, Vern. Very electric. See you on the next one. Take care.
Thank you very much. So Shamrock, do you know who's Frank? Oh, is that Tom? So Tom, don't message Tanisha on this phone. Shamrock, do you know Chris O'Sullivan? Do you live anywhere near Chris O'Sullivan?
What? Because they're both in Ireland.
Well, I did say it was a big place. I didn't say it's a small place. I know, but you might know Chris O'Sullivan. And I watch his videos. He's good. He's a good fisherman. Better than me, anyhow. But then who isn't? Very electric.
You'll have to decide what you're doing in your next one.
Well, in the next live, we'll have a cook-up. We'll start with my tea. So I'll not have my tea before the live, and I'll cook my tea.
You could have the fire pit on when it's not raining.
Well, if it's not raining. But, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm happy just to chat. It is quite hard doing eyes on a fishing rod, I'll tell you. You must have had a drink in Liverpool Arms and the Bull in Chester, mate. No, I didn't go in the Bull in Chester. We were mainly in we went in lots of pubs. There was one pub that was...
You like quite old-fashioned pubs.
I like old-fashioned pubs, proper pubs. And I always drunk in the Boot Inn. I'll look him up. I might know him. I grew up with a family of O'Sullivans who all fished. Shamrock, Chris O'Sullivan, shore fishing or something. He's always using Yuki rods and stuff. Chicken madras cook up. I've got a chicken round side garden. We had to bring it on from the allotment.
I don't know that you could.
Yeah, but we're
you
not.
can't kill that
We're
and
not.
put it in a pan.
No, because she's living her days out now. She's in retirement mode now. But yeah, what was I talking about?
You were talking about Chris.
You must have had a drink. Yeah, so I used to drink in the boot, and there was another pub when you come down the High Street. There was another pub down one of the side roads that was open until 6. Well, it was open 24 hours a day virtually. And I used to go in there until like 4 in the morning having a drink. And because you got to know the barman, because you're there so much, you was chatting to the barman all the time, and you just sort of like become a bit friendly. Not friendly, but you're like, oh, how you going, you know, and all that sort of malarkey, you know.
That's where I saw those lovely yellow diamonds, and you won't buy me any of them.
No. Right.
Right, is that?
How many's in live now? 71.
71. 114 likes. Thank you, landlord.
114 likes. That's good, isn't it? I mean, I aren't even fishing. I appreciate you tuning in to watch this. I can't put out any other footage. I have got some videos to come out.
Just making stuff.
It's just modifying my trolley that I barrow my stuff. That reel that I showed you earlier, doing the reel up, we still have Vern. And putting an eye on my fishing rod, which, please, when you watch that video, don't laugh too much, because I was desperate to go out fishing and I could see what I was doing wrong. I knew what the problem was, but I just didn't want to take the cotton off and redo it again. So I just whipped over it twice and it looked all right. And it's never been a problem. It's still working now. They're up there now. So yeah, I've got 3 videos just doing bits and bobs. But I could carry on doing lives on a Wednesday, but I've shown you my tackle and my lights. I wouldn't dare do a live in my workshop. It would be so boring. Why would that, Rob? Compared to I'll tell you what's annoyed me, Shella. I bought this bloody saw. It's an absolute. See this saw here?
Right, if you're going to start going...
I ain't going on. I bought this Clark saw.
I hope not, Daniel.
Which I use quite a lot for cutting steel, because I can set up some steel in that to cut. And whilst that's cutting, I'm working out there in the bus shelter, welding away and doing something else, and I come in here and cut some more steel. And the other day I was in there working, I heard this ping, and I come in here and my bandsaw was all up the wall and everything. Bloody blades broke. I've been meaning to order a new blade for it, and I still haven't ordered it. And I appreciate you putting the effort in, mate. To earth, noble presentation, mate. Thank you very much, Les. Much appreciated. Now, there's no rank coming, but I've just got to be... It's Tony going as well?
Yeah.
Vernon Karen, I must go to bed. Another day at Graft tomorrow. Take care, all this. Stay safe. Thank you, Tony, for joining us. Thank you, Les, for joining us. And Rob, there's no rant coming. Not yet.
That's where I'm now off to, because I've got work tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I've got work in the morning. I'm at work at 7. Don't stop doing the lives, mate. We all look forward to it. I know, but when I get back fishing, Wednesday night is me video night, you see. Good night, Vern and the wife. Thank you, Stephen, for joining us in the live and taking part. It's been much appreciated. See you later, Tony. Thank you, mate. Yeah. What was I talking about, Pat?
The saw.
Yeah, the saw. Yeah. So I've got to buy a new blade for the saw. That did wind me up. I've been doing some work on a gate and making a gate catch and latch and stuff for people that can't lock a gate because they don't know how to lock a gate. Ratfish live fishing. No problems, mate. Yeah, thanks, mate, for joining in. It's been much appreciated. And I'll see you when I come up on holiday into the lakes in Cumbria. That'll be good.
Right, I am going to get my stuff ready for work tomorrow and sort out.
Yeah. I think I'll end this here now because my legs are aching. I've been on my feet all night.
No problems, mate.
I'll bid you good night, Vernon, wife. The wife's going in. The daughters, I've got 3 new subs. Thank you for the shout out, Van. That's fine, Rob. It's no problem. When I go fishing, I'll give you a shout out. When I go fishing again and I do a fishing video, see you later, Andrew. Thanks a lot, mate. I'll speak to you during the week, no doubt.
Right, night,
Andrew.
guys. I'm off.
That's the wife going. She's going. I'll still be putting my fishing videos up on a Wednesday because that's what I enjoy doing. But I could do it live at a weekend, I suppose, couldn't I? Thanks for a great night, Sparks. Night, all great. Thanks, Sparks, for tuning in. Enjoy the ground night, you both. Thank you, Lisa and John. Appreciate you tuning in. It's much appreciated. Hope all is well your end, and hope you catch some fish when you go fishing again. But it'll be coming up soon, and the warmer weather's coming as well, Lisa. So see you later, Les. Thanks a lot for joining in. If you've watched this, or if you watch this later in the week, and look at landlocked. Look at that landlocked, mate. Night, both. Yeah, if you watch this, I should have said this at the beginning, because whoever gets this far into a video, I don't know. Look forward to next week. All okay, thank you. Brilliant, Lisa. Have a nice time and enjoy life. In matter of fact, everybody enjoy life. Night, everyone. The wife. Yeah, the wife has gone. The wife has left the building. So what I'm going to do is I'm going. I do rattle on towards the end. I should have said this at the beginning. Please, if you're watching this later on during the weekend or whatever, please subscribe. I did go through a point where my subscribers were subscriptions, not subscribers, because that's the wrong word. My subscriptions slowed down quite a lot, and I just didn't know why. I was putting out video each week, and I was catching some fish, and I weren't. But I was always in a nice place so you could watch and see. And if you wanted to fish there, you could get something out of the video, even if you don't like me or you didn't like my fishing or I didn't catch anything. You can get something out of the video if you ever wanted to go to that part of the coast to fish. And subscriptions really slowed down. And I did go through a stage where I was not begging, but I was like really, and I try not to do that now. I mean, if you're watching this at the weekend or sometime in life and you think, yeah, channel's all right, or you watch this and you go watch some more of my videos and you think, well, he's all right, he does rattle on, he does moan a bit, he has a bit of a rant, but yeah, please subscribe. But I did go through a stage where I was going on too much, not too much, but I don't do that anymore. If you like the videos, if you like this and you go look at some videos and you think they're all right and you think it's worth a subscription, then subscribe. But if you do subscribe, ring the bell, give us a thumbs up and give us a comment, because I always answer the comments back and appreciate it. I do struggle with these live comments because I do try. I'll watch Landlocked, mate, 100%, mate. Andrew, yeah, go check him out. There's not much fishing on Rob's channel yet because obviously he's landlocked. We can't fish, can we? But he comes up with so many good ideas of things to do, and if you don't choose to or want to do that idea, there's still an idea there, and it might make you think I'll do it this way. You know, you might put a different turn on it. But Rob comes up with some good ideas and does a good video showing those good ideas. So yeah, go check him out. But yeah, subscribe if you like the videos. Ring the bell. I'm rattling on now. Ring the bell. Give us a thumbs up if you like it. If you don't, give us a thumbs down like some people do. You know, I ain't fussed. Thumbs down is I think is as good as a thumbs up. I'm not sure. I ain't bothered anyhow. I'm just pleased that you all watch. That's what because I can't believe been subscribed to you for a long time. Though I know you have, Rob, but I was talking to you, I think. Well, I know you're always talking to Scott, and I always watch Scott, but Scott's never used to do many lives. He always used to upload a video, and then I think his laptop broke or something. He started doing live streams, didn't he? And I think I spoke to you, Rob, then. But yeah, no. Done 5 hours, Vern. Drop one out now until next one. Stephen Russman. Thank you, Stephen. Ratfish. Thank you, mate. You was with me last week, weren't you? Yeah, so there you go. Subscribe if you like. I say I'm now rattling on. This is what I do. But yeah, thank you for tuning in. Tom's going to want me to put this to bed now because I expect he's getting tired as well. So thanks for watching. Thanks for joining me in tonight. Thanks for supporting the channel. I can't go fishing, and what you're doing for me now is a world of good. Thank you very much. And I'll see you in the next one, and I'll give you more notification on the next one. Thanks a lot. See you later, and cheers.